I've spent most of my life working as a freelance architectural photographer, which is a fancy way of saying I spend a lot of time alone in places where most people don't want to be. I specialize in industrial decay, the kind of skeletal, rusting remains of factories and hospitals that look beautiful in a high contrast print, but feel like a graveyard when you're actually standing in them. I'm 34 now, and I like to think I've developed a thick skin. I've dealt with squatters, aggressive stray dogs, and floors that were one step away from collapsing into a basement. You learn to trust your boots and your flashlight, but mostly, you learn to trust the silence. Usually, silence means you're alone, and in my line of work, being alone is the goal. This happened 3 years ago during a late October trip to a small township in the upper reaches of the Appalachian foothills. I had heard about a private estate, the Miller Mansion, that had been tied up in probate for nearly 40 years. It was a massive Victorian-style monstrosity sitting on about 50 acres of overgrown hemlock and pine. The local legends were the usual board town stuff: occult rituals, eccentric recluses, family curses. I didn't care about any of that. I just wanted the shots of the grand ballrooms, stained glass, before the local kids smashed it all to pieces. I arrived at the edge of the property around 4:30 p.m. The sun was already dipping behind the ridgeline, casting long, bruised shadows across the valley. I had made a tactical error right from the start. I'd spent too much time at a diner in town trying to get directions from a guy who seemed more interested in my camera gear than helping me. By the time I hiked the half-mile overgrown driveway, the air had turned sharp and cold. The house was breathtaking in the worst way possible. It was 3 stories of graying wood and peeling paint, with a wraparound porch that groaned under the weight of dead leaves. It looked like a rotting tooth in the middle of a healthy forest. I remember checking my watch and thinking I had maybe an hour of golden hour light left. I should have turned back then. My gut felt heavy, like I'd swallowed a stone, but I told myself it was just the caffeine and the long drive. I was a professional. I wasn't going to let a creepy vibe ruin a 300-mile trip. I set up my tripod on the front lawn to get a wide shot of the facade. The house had these tall, narrow windows that looked like slits in a mask. Most of them were covered from the inside by heavy, velvet drapes that had faded from deep crimson to a dusty, sickly pink. As I looked through my viewfinder, adjusting the focus on the second-story master bedroom window, I saw it. The curtain didn't just move. It didn't flutter like there was a draft. It squeezed. The heavy fabric pulled together in the center, then slowly, rhythmically, it parted and closed. It was a smooth, deliberate motion that took exactly 4 seconds. Part, pause, close. It looked exactly like a giant, vertical eye opening to look at me, then blinking shut. My finger froze on the shutter. The air around me suddenly felt deathly still, the kind of silence that happens right before a massive storm. I lowered the camera, my heart drumming a frantic rhythm against my ribs. "Just the wind," I whispered. My voice sounded thin and alien in the clearing. Old houses have drafts, pressure changes. I stared at that window for a full minute. Nothing moved. The pink velvet remained still, draped in heavy, dusty folds. I forced a laugh, wiped the sweat from my palms despite the cold, and picked up my gear. I told myself I was being a child. I had a job to do. I walked toward the front door, the wood of the porch screaming under my boots, ignoring the feeling that the house wasn't just a building anymore. It was an observer. Once I got inside, the smell hit me. Not the smell of rot, which I was used to, but the smell of something old and kept. It was the scent of beeswax, mothballs, and a faint, metallic tang that reminded me of a penny under your tongue. The foyer was massive, the floorboards polished and strangely free of the thick dust I'd expected. I spent the next 20 minutes working, moving through the dining hall and the library, clicking the shutter, lost in the technical requirements of my craft. It's a trick I use to manage anxiety. Focus on the f-stop, focus on the framing, don't focus on the fact that you're in a dead man's house. But the draft followed me. Every time I entered a new room, I'd hear a soft thwip, the sound of fabric sliding against wood. I'd whip my head around and a curtain would be settling, just a tiny vibration at the hem, as if someone had been standing there and had stepped back just as I turned. I tried to rationalize it. The house was on a hill. The wind must be hitting the chimney and creating a vacuum effect. It was basic physics, but then I noticed the dust. I was in the grand parlor, setting up a shot of a Victorian settee, when I noticed the floor. The rest of the house was relatively clean, but here there were tracks, not footprints, not exactly. They were wide, smooth sweeps in the light dusting of soot near the fireplace, as if someone had been dragging a heavy wet mop in semicircles. They led from the center of the room toward the heavy drapes at the far window. My mouth went dry. I walked over to the window, my hand trembling as I reached for the velvet. I told myself I'd find a broken pane or a bird trapped inside. I grabbed the edge of the fabric and yanked it back. There was no one there. The glass was intact, caked in decades of grime. But as I stood there, I felt a vibration through the floorboards. It wasn't a footstep. It was a low, rhythmic thrumming, like a massive heart beating somewhere deep in the foundations. And then the curtain in my hand twitched, not because of my grip, but because something was pulling it from the top. I looked up. The heavy brass rod was bending downward, sagging under a weight that shouldn't have been there. The fabric began to bunch together at the center of the window, moving with that same slow, blinking motion I'd seen from the lawn. It wasn't a person behind the curtain. The curtain was the movement. I backed away, my tripod tipping over with a loud, echoing crash. The thrumming in the floor intensified, shifting from a heartbeat to a low, wet growl that seemed to vibrate in my very teeth. I didn't stop to pick up my extra lenses. I didn't even grab my camera bag. I just lunged for the foyer. That's when I realized the logic of the house had changed. The front door, which I'd left propped open with a brick for safety, was shut. Not just shut, it looked like it had been painted over. The seams of the door fused with the frame. I threw my shoulder against it, and it felt like hitting a solid stone wall. "Is someone there?" I shouted. My voice was cracked, hovering on the edge of a sob. No answer, just the thwip, thwip, thwip of curtains closing in the hallway behind me, one by one, closing the house into total darkness. I pulled out my phone, the screen's blue light feeling like a holy relic in the gloom. No service. I hadn't expected any in the mountains, but seeing that "no service" text made the isolation feel like a physical weight crushing my chest. I had to get out. I remembered a servant's entrance off the kitchen, a small wooden door that led to the cellar stairs and a side yard. I ran, my boots hammered on the hardwood, the sound echoing back at me as if something much larger was running parallel to me behind the walls. I burst into the kitchen, my flashlight beam cutting through the dark. The kitchen was pristine. Copper pots hung from the ceiling, polished to a mirror shine. And in every reflection, every single pot, I saw the same thing, the window behind me. The kitchen window was huge, a bay window overlooking the dark woods. The drapes were moving. They were pulsing. They weren't just blinking anymore. They were squinting, the fabric straining as if trying to focus on me. I reached the side door and turned the handle. It was locked. I fumbled with the deadbolt, my fingers numb and clumsy. Behind me, I heard a sound that didn't belong in a house. It was a wet, sliding noise, the sound of a heavy rug being dragged over a slick floor. I turned my head just enough to see. The drapes from the bay window weren't just hanging there anymore. They were extending. The fabric was stretching out like a tongue, sliding across the linoleum floor toward my ankles. It didn't have feet. It didn't have a face. It was just a mass of hungry red velvet, moving with a predatory grace. "Stop!" I screamed, a useless primal command. The fabric paused. It rippled, a wave of motion traveling from the window to the tip of the cloth near my boots. And then a voice came from the folds. It wasn't a human voice. It sounded like two pieces of sandpaper being rubbed together, shaped into the mimicry of words. "Stay still," it rasped. "The light is closing." The sheer wrongness of it, the flat, emotionless tone, shattered whatever remained of my composure. I didn't think. I didn't plan. I grabbed a heavy cast-iron skillet from the counter and smashed the window of the side door. The glass shattered, and I dived through the frame, ignoring the jagged shards that sliced into my forearms and chest. I hit the dirt outside and scrambled to my feet, sprinting toward the tree line. I didn't look back until I reached the safety of the gravel driveway, nearly 100 yards away. When I finally turned, the house was a silhouette against the rising moon. Every single window was active. The house was blinking, a frantic, chaotic shuttering of red velvet in every frame, as if the building itself was having a seizure. I reached my car, my hands shaking so violently I dropped my keys twice. I drove. I didn't stop until I found a gas station with bright, buzzing fluorescent lights and a bored teenager behind the counter. I sat in the parking lot for 3 hours, watching the sun come up, staring at the blood drying on my sleeves. The next day, I went to the local sheriff's station. I told them I'd been scouting the Miller place and had been chased off by what I thought was a squatter with a weapon. I left out the part about the curtains. I didn't want to be put in a psych ward. The deputy, an older man with skin like parchment, didn't even look up from his clipboard. "Miller Place, huh? You're the third one this year. We tell folks to stay off that land." "Is there someone living there?" I asked, my voice trembling. "No," he said, finally looking at me. His eyes were cold. "Nothing living has been in that house since 1974. The estate pays the taxes. We don't go up there, the windows. They don't like visitors." I didn't ask what he meant. I just left. I still have the SD card from my camera. I didn't look at the photos for 6 months. When I finally did, I found one shot I don't remember taking. It's a close-up of the second-story window. The curtains are parted just a few inches. In the gap, there isn't a room. There isn't furniture or a person. There's just a massive, wet, yellow iris filling the entire frame. I don't do industrial decay anymore. I take photos of weddings and portraits now, places with lots of people and very thin curtains. But sometimes, when I'm at home and the wind catches the drapes in my living room, I find myself holding my breath. I wait for the rhythm. I wait for the blink. Because I know now that some houses aren't just built, they're grown, and they're always, always hungry for a look. I tried to tell myself that the Miller Mansion was an anomaly, a geographic hiccup where the laws of physics had curdled like old milk. I moved 3 states away to a sun-bleached suburb in North Carolina, a place where the houses were made of beige stucco, and the windows were all standardized double-pane glass with white plastic blinds. No velvet, no history, no weight. I traded my high-end Nikon for a kit that stayed mostly in a padded bag, unless I was shooting a bride in a gazebo. I thought I had outrun the blink. But the thing about seeing something that shouldn't exist is that it changes the way your brain processes the things that do. 3 years had passed, and the scars on my forearms from the broken glass had faded to thin, silvery lines that looked like lightning bolts under my skin. I was doing okay. I was sleeping 6 hours a night. I had even started dating a woman named Sarah, a graphic designer who liked my brooding artist vibe but didn't know a thing about the yellow iris on that SD card. That card sat in a lead-lined static bag at the bottom of a locked firebox in my closet. I couldn't destroy it. It felt like a Horcrux. If I burned it, the thing it represented might realize I was trying to forget. The cracks started to show during a routine commercial shoot for a local real estate developer. It was a brand new luxury condo complex, hollow walls, cheap carpet, the kind of place that smells like sawdust and glue. It was the antithesis of the Miller mansion. I was in the model unit, setting up a wide-angle shot of the master suite. The sun was streaming in, bright and honest. I looked through the viewfinder, adjusting the tilt-shift lens to keep the walls vertical. I reached out to adjust the white vertical blinds, wanting just a sliver more light on the far wall. As my fingers brushed the plastic slats, they didn't rattle. They didn't click. They shivered. A cold, familiar vibration traveled up my arm, settling in the marrow of my elbow. I pulled my hand back as if I'd touched a hot stove. The blinds were swaying, but there was no vent nearby, no open window, and certainly no draft in a sealed, climate-controlled unit. I watched them. They swayed in a specific 4-second cadence. Side to side, pause, side to side. Everything okay, Elias? I jumped, nearly knocking my tripod into a decorative vase. It was the developer's assistant, a 20-something girl with a clipboard and a perpetual look of boredom. Yeah, I croaked, wiping sweat from my upper lip. Just checking the light. These blinds, are they motorized? She looked at the plastic slats, which were now perfectly still. No, just the cheap pull-string kind. Why? Nothing. I thought I saw them move. She gave me a tight, professional smile that suggested she thought I was either high or dehydrated. Let's wrap it up. We have the clubhouse to do before 2. I finished the shoot, but my hands didn't stop shaking for the rest of the day. That night, I didn't go home. I drove to a 24-hour diner and sat in a booth under the humming fluorescent lights, drinking coffee until my stomach burned. I realized then that the Miller mansion hadn't just been a place I visited. It was a contagion. It had marked me as an observer, and now the world was starting to observe me back. When I finally went home, I avoided the windows. I lived on the 4th floor of an apartment building, and I had long ago replaced the curtains with blackout film, the kind you stick directly to the glass with soapy water. It was ugly, but it meant there was nothing to move, nothing to blink. I sat on my sofa in the dark, the blue light of my phone the only illumination. I found myself doing something I'd promised I'd never do. I started searching the dark web forums and the fringe architectural archives for the Miller estate, probate 1974. For hours, I scrolled through dead links and grainy PDFs. Most of it was the same garbage I'd heard in the diner, rumors of a family that disappeared, a bloodline that ended in a series of unfortunate accidents. But then I found a scanned journal entry from a surveyor named Thomas Vance, dated August 1972. The structure does not adhere to the blueprints, Vance had written in a cramped, frantic hand. The internal volume is expanding at a rate of roughly 3 inches per lunar cycle. More concerning is the upholstery. We brought in a crew to strip the wallpaper, and the man, a fellow named Jarek, claimed the walls bled when he scraped them. Not blood exactly. A thick, translucent sap that smelled of pennies. The windows are no longer apertures for light. They are apertures for something else. I saw Jarek standing by the velvet drapes in the parlor. He wasn't pulling them. They were wrapping around him like a shroud. We didn't find him the next morning. We only found his boots filled with that same metallic sap. I dropped the phone. The metallic tang I'd smelled in the foyer, the smell of a penny under the tongue. It hadn't been old coins. It had been the house's blood. A soft thwip sounded from my bedroom. My heart stopped. I didn't have curtains in the bedroom. I had the blackout film. There was nothing to make that sound. I stood up, my legs feeling like lead. I grabbed a heavy maglite from the kitchen counter, the same one I'd used to navigate the Miller foyer, and walked toward the bedroom door. The air in the hallway felt different. It was heavy, humid, and carried the faint, sickly sweet scent of beeswax. I pushed the door open. My bed was neatly made. The closet was closed. I turned my light toward the window. The blackout film was peeling. It wasn't just falling off. It was being unrolled from the top down by something invisible. The glass underneath wasn't the clear, modern pane I'd moved in with. It was old, wavy, and caked in a layer of grime that looked decades old. And then, from the top of the window frame, a sliver of red velvet began to descend. It didn't fall like fabric. It grew. It unspooled from the wood of the header, a raw, pulsing tongue of crimson that began to drape itself across the glass. It moved with that same rhythmic 4-second blink. I backed away, but the floor didn't feel like carpet anymore. It felt soft, spongy. I looked down and saw the beige pile of my apartment floor turning into a dark, polished hardwood. The walls were shedding their eggshell-white paint in long, dry strips, revealing graying wood and peeling floral wallpaper underneath. The Miller mansion wasn't just a place. It was a predator, and it had followed the scent of my fear across 3 states. It was rebuilding itself around me, using my own apartment as a skeleton. "No," I whispered. "This isn't real. This is a flashback. This is PTSD. Stay still." The voice didn't come from the window this time. It came from my own closet. The closet door creaked open. My clothes, my shirts, my jackets, my jeans were no longer hanging on their racks. They had fused together, their fabrics melting into a single, cohesive mass of dark, heavy drapery. The mass tumbled out of the closet, a heap of textiles that moved with a wet, sliding sound. I lunged for the front door of my apartment, but as I reached the handle, the wood felt warm. It felt like skin. The deadbolt didn't turn. It felt like a bone lodged in a socket. I pounded on the door, screaming for help, but the sound didn't leave the room. The walls, now covered in thick, dusty velvet, swallowed the noise. I turned back to the bedroom. The transformation was almost complete. My modern furniture was being engulfed by shadows, replaced by the heavy, rotting silhouettes of Victorian settees and moth-eaten armchairs. The kitchen was gone. The bathroom was gone. There was only the hallway, and at the end of it, the master bedroom window. The red curtains there were fully formed now. They were wide open, revealing the night sky outside. But it wasn't the North Carolina skyline. It was the jagged, dark ridgeline of the Appalachians. I was back, or rather, the back had found me. The mass of fabric from the closet was sliding down the hall, faster now. It rippled like a wave, the tip of it reaching for my ankles. I did the only thing I could think of. I ran toward the window. If the house was a body, the window was the eye. And if I couldn't get out the door, I'd have to go through the eye. I didn't care about the 4-story drop. I didn't care about the glass. I just wanted to be out of the stomach. I sprinted down the hall, my boots thudding on the hardwood that had once been my carpet. The fabric thing behind me let out a raspy, sandpaper hiss, stretching itself thin to catch me. I felt a cold, velvet fringe brush against my heel, but I kicked out, my adrenaline overriding the terror. I reached the bedroom and dived. I didn't close my eyes. I wanted to see it. As I flew toward the glass, the curtains reacted. They didn't just blink, they slammed shut, the fabric tightening into a solid, impenetrable wall. I hit the velvet with a bone-jarring thud. It didn't feel like hitting a wall. It felt like hitting a massive, tensed muscle. I fell to the floor, gasping for air. The room was dark now, the only light coming from the gap under the door. The thrumming in the floorboards was so loud it felt like my teeth were going to shake out of my gums. The light is closing. The curtains began to wrap around me. They didn't use hands. They just moved, the heavy folds of velvet draping over my legs, my waist, my chest. It was warm, horribly, biologically warm. I could feel a pulse within the fabric, a slow, steady beat that matched the thrumming of the house. I fumbled in my pocket, my fingers searching for anything. I found my lighter, a cheap Zippo I kept for no real reason. I flicked it. The flame was tiny, a flickering orange spark in the oppressive red darkness, but the reaction was instantaneous. The velvet recoiled. It didn't just move, it shrieked. A high-pitched, whistling sound, like air escaping a pressurized tank. The fabric pulled back, bunching up toward the ceiling. I didn't waste a second. I scrambled to my feet and held the lighter out like a shield. I didn't run for the window. I knew it was a muscle now. I ran for the wall. In my experience with industrial decay, there is always a weak point, a place where the rot has taken hold so deeply that the structure can no longer support itself. I looked for the seam, the place where my apartment's drywall met the house's encroaching wood. There, near the floor heater, the drywall was still visible, a small patch of beige fighting against the encroaching floral wallpaper. I jammed the lighter against the peeling paper. It caught instantly. Modern wallpaper is often vinyl-coated and slow to burn, but this stuff, this Miller paper, was as dry as ancient parchment. The flames licked upward, turning from orange to a bright chemical blue. The house didn't just scream, it convulsed. The floor buckled, throwing me against the bed. The red curtains at the window began to thrash wildly, hitting the glass with wet, meaty thuds. The smell of burning beeswax was replaced by the stench of searing meat. I watched as the room began to ungrow. The floral wallpaper curled back, revealing my white drywall. The hardwood floors shivered and faded back into beige carpet. The heavy Victorian furniture blurred and thinned, returning to the cheap IKEA pieces I'd bought when I moved in. The fire was small, contained to a single corner of my bedroom, but it was enough. The Miller mansion didn't like pain. It was a predator, and predators look for easy prey, not something that bites back with fire. Within seconds, the room was mine again. The window was a window. The curtains were gone, not just retracted, but simply not there. My blackout film was back in place, though it was melted and charred near the bottom. I grabbed my fire extinguisher from the kitchen and doused the small blaze. The white foam hissed as it hit the wall, and for a moment, I thought I heard a final, fading rasp from the vents. "The next time." I didn't stay to find out what next time meant. I packed a bag in 5 minutes, just my laptop, my passport, and the firebox. I left the camera gear. I left the furniture. I left the state. I'm writing this from a motel room in the Mojave Desert. There are no trees here. There is very little wood. The buildings are mostly concrete and steel. and the windows are small, squinting things that look out over miles of flat, baked earth. I've stopped taking photos. I work in a warehouse now, moving crates of electronics. It's loud, it's bright, and there isn't a single piece of velvet in the entire building. But I've noticed something lately. The warehouse has these massive, industrial skylights. They're usually covered in a layer of desert dust, making the light inside soft and hazy. But yesterday, I was looking up, and I saw a cloud pass over the sun. The shadow didn't just move across the floor, it lingered, and for exactly 4 seconds, the skylight seemed to darken, the dust on the glass shifting in a smooth, deliberate motion. Part pause close. I'm starting to think it's not just the houses. I'm starting to think the world has been looking at us for a long time, and I'm just the first one who noticed the blink. I keep a lighter in my pocket now. I keep it flicked open in my hand whenever I have to go into a room alone. The flame is small, but it's the only thing that keeps the curtains from closing. Because the house is still out there, and it's not just in the Appalachians anymore. It's in the walls, it's in the windows, it's waiting for me to look away. And I'm so tired of keeping my eyes open. The desert is supposed to be a place of clarity, a landscape so harsh that it burns away the illusions of the lush, damp world. I chose this motel, the Sand Sleeper, because it felt like a bunker. The walls are cinder block, painted a shade of yellow that reminds me of dehydrated bile. There is no molding. There are no baseboards. The floor is cold, polished concrete that reflects the harsh fluorescent tube buzzing on the ceiling. I pay in cash week by week, and I keep my boots on even when I'm lying on top of the thin polyester bedspread. Polyester doesn't breathe. It doesn't grow. It's a dead chemical thing, and that's why I trust it. I spent the first few nights in the Mojave staring at the firebox. It sat on the laminate desk, a black rectangular weight that seemed to pull the light toward it. Inside, the SD card held the image of the iris. I knew the image by heart, every capillary in the yellow field, the way the moisture on the surface of the eye reflected a sky that hadn't existed for 40 years. I wondered if the eye was still there, back in that house, watching the dust motes dance in the stagnant air. Or was it here? Was it looking through the card, using the digital storage as a pupil to peer into my motel room? On the 5th night, the air conditioner began to rattle. It's an old wall unit, a metal box shoved through a hole in the cinder block. It hums with a mechanical violence that I usually find comforting. It's the sound of a machine working against the environment, a stubborn refusal to let the desert in. But the rattle changed. It moved from a metallic vibration to a soft, rhythmic thumping. Thump, thump, thump. I sat up, the polyester crinkling beneath me. I reached for the Zippo on the nightstand, my thumb resting on the flint wheel. The sound wasn't coming from the fan blades. It was coming from the plastic vents, the little slats you use to aim the air. They were moving. They weren't just vibrating from the motor. They were tilting up, then down, slowly, deliberately, 4 seconds up, 4 seconds down. The air coming out of the unit wasn't the dry, refrigerated chill of the desert. It was humid. It smelled of wet earth and that sharp copper tang of pennies. I didn't wait for it to get worse. I didn't wait for the wallpaper to start growing. I stood up and flicked the lighter. The flame jumped, a tiny, defiant spear of heat. I walked toward the AC unit, holding the fire an inch away from the plastic vents. The thumping stopped. The vents froze in a downward position, as if the machine were suddenly shy. But I could feel the pressure behind them. Something was trying to breathe through the wall. The cinder blocks, those solid, dependable squares of grit, felt soft where I pressed my free hand against them. They gave slightly, like a bruised fruit. "Get out," I whispered, my voice cracking. "This isn't your place. There's nothing for you here." A wet, sliding sound echoed from inside the ductwork. It sounded like a heavy bolt of silk being dragged over gravel. Then, a voice, or the suggestion of one, drifted through the vents. It wasn't a sound made by vocal cords. It was the sound of air being pushed through a flute made of bone. "Alias, why? Runs." I backed away, the lighter trembling in my hand. "You're not real. You're a geographic anomaly. You're tied to the Miller estate." "And the estate is the seed," the voice sibilated. "The world is the soil." The light in the room flickered, not the lighter, but the fluorescent tube on the ceiling. It began to pulse in time with the vents. The yellow walls seemed to deepen in color, the paint bubbling and stretching. I watched in horror as a floral pattern began to bleed through the yellow, tiny, pale roses, the color of a shroud, blooming under the bile-colored latex. I grabbed the firebox and my bag. I didn't even stop to turn off the AC. I bolted out the door into the searing heat of the Mojave night. The parking lot was empty except for my beat-up Ford and the manager's truck. The sky was a vast, terrifying bowl of stars. I used to love the stars. I used to think of them as distant suns, cold and indifferent. Now, looking up, they looked like pinpricks in a dark curtain. I felt the weight of the universe pressing down on me, the sheer scale of the outside looking in. I drove until the gas light came on, heading deeper into the flats where the salt crusts turn the earth white. I pulled over near a cluster of Joshua trees, twisted, prehistoric things that looked like men frozen in mid-scream. I sat in the car, the engine ticking as it cooled, and I realized I couldn't keep running. The Miller Mansion wasn't a destination. It was a perspective. Once you see the world as a living, hungry thing, it starts to act like one. I looked at the firebox in the passenger seat. I realized that as long as I carried the image, I was carrying the invitation. I was the one holding the door open. I got out of the car, carrying the box and a small shovel I kept in the trunk for emergencies. I walked about 50 yards into the salt flats, the ground crunching like broken glass under my boots. The moon was a sliver of white bone. I started to dig. The salt crust was hard, but underneath the sand was loose and dry. I dug a hole 3 feet deep, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I took the SD card out of the firebox. It looked so innocent, a tiny sliver of plastic and silicone. I placed it at the bottom of the hole. Then I did something I should have done 3 years ago. I took the Zippo and a small bottle of lighter fluid. I doused the card. I doused the firebox. "I'm not looking anymore," I said to the empty desert. "The show is over." I dropped the flame. The fire flared up, a brilliant blue and orange bloom in the darkness. The plastic of the SD card curled and blackened, the smell of acrid smoke rising into the night. For a second, just before the card melted into a shapeless lump, I thought I saw the yellow iris again, but it wasn't a photo. The flame itself seemed to form the shape of an eye, a burning vertical pupil that stared back at me with an ancient, predatory intelligence. The ground beneath me shuddered. A low, subterranean groan vibrated through the salt, as if something miles below were turning in its sleep. The Joshua trees seemed to lean in, their spiked limbs twitching. I didn't move. I watched the fire until it was nothing but a glowing ember in the sand. I waited for the walls to rise out of the desert. I waited for the red velvet to sprout from the salt. But nothing happened. The groan faded. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of sage and dust, not copper. I buried the melted remains and walked back to the car. I felt lighter, but it was a hollow kind of light, like a building that's been gutted by fire but is still standing. I drove back toward the lights of a distant truck stop, my eyes fixed on the road. I stopped at a diner called the Rusty Spur. It was a dive, the kind of place where the grease on the walls is older than the staff. I sat at the counter and ordered a black coffee. The waitress, a woman with skin like tanned leather and eyes that had seen everything, set the mug down in front of me. "You look like you've seen a ghost, honey," she said, wiping the counter with a gray rag. "Something like that," I muttered. I looked at the window behind her. It was a large plate glass pane, held in place by a heavy aluminum frame. It was covered in grime and fly specks. Beyond it, the parking lot was bathed in the sickly green light of a sodium lamp. As I watched, a moth fluttered against the glass. It was a large, heavy-bodied thing, its wings a dull, mottled brown. It tapped against the pane, click, click, click. Then the waitress reached up to pull the blinds. They were the same cheap, plastic slats I'd seen in North Carolina. "Getting a bit of a glare," she said. She pulled the cord, the slats tilted. Part paws close. I froze my coffee halfway to my lips. I looked at the waitress. She was smiling, a tired maternal expression, but her eyes, they didn't move, she didn't blink. She just stood there, holding the cord, her gaze fixed on something just behind my shoulder. I turned around. The diner was empty. The other booths were shadows. The kitchen was dark, but the walls, the wood-paneled walls, were beginning to weep. A thick, translucent sap was trickling down from the ceiling, smelling of pennies and old, wet velvet. I looked back at the waitress. Her face was changing. The skin was tightening, turning the color of aged parchment. Her mouth was stretching, becoming a wide, lipless seam. "The desert is just a bigger room, Elias," she said, but her mouth didn't move. The voice came from the walls. It came from the floor. It came from the very air I was breathing. "You can't burn what's already inside you." I looked at the window again. The moth was gone. In its place, pressed against the glass from the outside, was a massive, wet, yellow iris. It filled the entire pane, the pupil contracting as it focused on me. The diner didn't disappear. It didn't turn into the Miller mansion. It stayed the Rusty Spur, but it was wrong. The proportions were stretching. The ceiling was rising. The stools were becoming taller, their chrome legs turning into dark, polished wood. I realized then that I hadn't been running from a house. I had been caught in a slow-motion collapse. The Miller mansion wasn't a place you could leave. It was a state of being. It was the moment the world realizes it's being watched and decides to watch back. I reached for my lighter, but my pocket was empty. I'd left it in the sand. The waitress, or the thing that was wearing her, leaned over the counter. Her eyes were now two small, perfect circles of yellow velvet. "It's time to close the curtains, Elias," she whispered. The plastic blinds on every window in the diner began to drop, one by one, with the sound of a guillotine. Zwip, zwip, zwip. The light from the sodium lamp was cut off. The green glow vanished, replaced by a deep, suffocating red. The smell of burning meat filled the room. I didn't scream. I just sat there on my wooden stool, watching as the walls began to pulse. I watched as the floorboards turned into a dark, heaving sea of hardwood. I watched as the red velvet drapes unspooled from the ceiling, wrapping around the booths, the counter, the coffee urn. And then they reached for me. They were soft, they were warm, they felt like a shroud or a womb. As the fabric covered my eyes, I didn't fight it. I was so tired. I had been looking for so long. The last thing I saw before the darkness took me was the yellow iris pressed against the glass, blinking one last time. Part pause close. When I woke up, the air was cold and stagnant. I wasn't in the diner. I wasn't in the desert. I was lying on a dusty floor, the smell of beeswax and rot thick in my lungs. I looked up and saw a high, vaulted ceiling with a crystal chandelier covered in cobwebs. I looked to my left and saw a grand staircase, its banister carved into the shape of weeping vines. I was in the foyer of the Miller mansion. But I wasn't a visitor this time. I looked down at my hands. They were pale, the skin stretched thin over my bones. My clothes were no longer denim and cotton. I was wearing a suit of heavy, dark wool that felt like it had been tailored a century ago. I stood up, my joints creaking like old floorboards. I walked toward the second-story landing, my feet knowing the way before my mind did. I climbed the stairs, past the portraits of people whose faces had been rubbed away by time. I reached the master bedroom. The door was already open. The room was beautiful. The sunlight streamed in through the tall windows, illuminating the dust motes that swirled in the air. The bed was made with crisp, white linens. The furniture was polished to a mirror shine. I walked to the window, the one with the red velvet curtains. I reached out and touched the fabric. It was soft like a kitten's ear. I pulled the drapes back just a few inches. Outside, I didn't see the mountains or the desert. I saw a man. He was standing in the overgrown garden, a high-end Nikon camera around his neck. He looked young, nervous, his eyes darting around the facade of the house. He looked exactly like I had 3 years ago. I watched him raise the camera. I watched him focus the lens on my window. I felt a sudden, overwhelming hunger, not for food, but for recognition. I wanted him to see me. I wanted him to know that the house wasn't empty. I leaned closer to the glass. My vision began to change. The room behind me faded. The world outside became a blur of colors. I felt my iris expand, filling the frame of the window, becoming a massive, wet, yellow orb. I saw the man's face go pale. I saw him drop his camera. I saw him turn and run toward the iron gates. I didn't let him go. I leaned into the glass, the pulse of the house thrumming through my veins. Part pause close. I blinked. And in that 4-second interval, I knew that I was finally home. I wasn't the photographer anymore. I was the photograph. I was the history. I was the window. And I was very, very hungry for a look. The hunger was not a physical gnawing, but a hollow, resonant vibration that echoed through the joists of my ribcage. It was the hunger of a mirror that had been kept in the dark for a century, starving for a reflection to hold. I watched the young man stumble through the waist-high weeds of the garden, his flight a frantic, jerky dance that seemed pathetic from my vantage point. From up here, the world didn't move in seconds. It moved in seasons. I could feel the slow crawl of the ivy on the exterior brick, the microscopic expansion of the mortar as it absorbed the morning dew. I was the nervous system of the Miller estate, and every blade of grass that the intruder crushed sent a sharp, delicious spark of data directly into my spine. He reached the gate, the rusted, wrought-iron teeth that I had once thought were there to keep people out. I knew better now. They were there to keep the meal from spilling. He fumbled with the latch, his fingers white and trembling. I decided to let him struggle. There was a certain vintage quality to his fear, a raw, unrefined energy that tasted of ozone and sweat. I leaned my forehead against the glass, or rather, I leaned the essence of my being against the transparency of my new skin, and the window pane groaned in sympathetic resonance. I realized then that the house was not a static thing. It was a collection of memories that had achieved a critical mass of architectural intent. The velvet wasn't just fabric. It was the distilled essence of every secret whispered behind closed doors since the foundations were laid in 1892. The wood wasn't just oak. It was the physical manifestation of the silence that follows a funeral. And I was the curator. I was the one who kept the heart beating in the cellar. A door creaked downstairs. It wasn't a door I had opened. The house was restless today. It liked the new blood in the garden. I felt the floorboards in the hallway ripple, a rhythmic contraction that pushed the stagnant air toward the foyer. It was calling him back. "Come home, Elias," the walls hummed. It was strange to hear my own name used as a lure, a hook cast out into the bright, shallow world of the living. The young man finally breached the gate, his boots skidding on the gravel road. He didn't look back. They never look back once they've seen the blink. They think that by putting distance between themselves and the glass, they are severing the connection. They don't understand that the blink is a signature. Once the image of the house is burned onto your retina, you carry the floor plan in your DNA. You are a walking extension of the hallway. You are a mobile room, waiting to be furnished. I turned away from the window. The bedroom was different now. The dust motes weren't just floating, they were orbiting me. I walked toward the vanity mirror, my movements fluid and heavy, like a man walking underwater. I wanted to see what the house had made of me. The glass of the vanity was silvered and pocked with age. At first, I saw nothing but the reflection of the red velvet drapes behind me. Then a shape began to coalesce. It wasn't a face. Not exactly. It was a composite of architecture. My skin had the texture of fine-grained plaster, etched with the delicate, spidery cracks of a ceiling that had settled over decades. My eyes were no longer brown. They were two perfect circular apertures, the color of aged parchment, with pupils that looked like the shutter of a camera. My hair was a crown of dark, twisted wire, reminiscent of the scrollwork on the grand staircase. I reached up to touch my cheek, and the sound was the scrape of stone on stone. I wasn't a ghost. I was a monument. Elias. The voice was soft, coming from the corner of the room where the shadows were thickest. I didn't startle. The house doesn't allow for surprise. It only allows for inevitable arrivals. From the darkness emerged a woman. She wore a dress of black lace that seemed to absorb the light around it, making her look like a hole cut out of reality. Her face was beautiful in the way a storm is beautiful, terrifying and absolute. I recognized her from the blurred daguerreotypes I'd found in the firebox. This was Clara Miller, the woman who had died in this room, yet whose presence had remained the dominant note in the house's symphony. "You've settled in quickly," she said. Her voice didn't travel through the air. It vibrated through the soles of my feet. The desert didn't take. It never does. The sand is too honest. It doesn't know how to hide anything. This house is built on the necessity of the hidden. "I burned the card," I said, my voice a dry rattle of wind through a flue. "I thought if I destroyed the image, I'd be free." Clara laughed, a sound like glass breaking in a far-off room. "You didn't destroy the image, Elias. You gave it a funeral. And in this place, we honor the dead by giving them a seat at the table. You didn't burn the house out of your mind. You cauterized the wound so the house could never leave." She walked toward the window, her lace trail hissing against the hardwood. She looked out at the garden where the young man had been only moments before. The sun was beginning to set, casting long, bruised shadows across the Appalachians. The light was that particular shade of gold that makes everything look like an old photograph, the golden hour I had chased for a decade with my Nikon. Now, I realized the golden hour wasn't a lighting condition, it was a warning. It was the time of day when the barrier between the seen and the seeing was thinnest. "He'll be back," she whispered. "They always come back. They go to their motels, they go to their warehouses, they try to bury themselves in the mundane, but they start to see the patterns. They see the way the clouds form a brow. They see the way the cracks in the sidewalk mimic a vein. They realize the world is an eye that is slowly, slowly closing. And they come back because they want to be on the inside when the lids finally meet." I felt a surge of something I hadn't felt since I first entered the Miller estate. It wasn't fear. It was a profound, aching loneliness. I looked at my hands, the plaster skin, the stone fingers. I was part of the trap now. I was the lure. "What happens when the world closes?" I asked. Clara turned to me, her eyes two infinite wells of dark velvet. "Then we finally get some sleep, Elias. Then the house is no longer a house. It's the only thing left." She reached out and took my hand. Her touch wasn't cold. It was the temperature of a cellar, steady, unchanging, and deep. She led me out of the bedroom and onto the landing. The house felt different with her beside me. The walls didn't just pulse, they breathed in unison with us. The staircase stretched downward, the steps multiplying until the foyer was a distant, dark square. "Listen," she commanded. I closed my shutter eyes. I listened. At first, I heard the usual sounds, the settling of the foundation, the wind in the eaves. But then I heard the others. I heard the man I had seen in the garden. He was miles away now, sitting in a gas station bathroom, splashing cold water on his face. I could hear the rhythmic drip, drip, drip of the faucet, but beneath the water I heard his heartbeat. It was out of sync. It was moving in a 4-second cycle. Thump thump, pause, thump thump. I heard a woman in a high-rise in Chicago, looking at a smudge on her window that wouldn't go away. The smudge was in the shape of a Victorian gable. I heard a child in London drawing a picture of a house with too many eyes. I heard the collective intake of breath from 1,000 people who had just noticed that their curtains were moving without a breeze. The house was spreading. The Miller estate was no longer a geographic location. It was an infection of the perception. It was a viral architecture. "We are the architects of the new dark," Clara said. We descended the stairs. The foyer was no longer empty. Figures stood along the walls, shrouded in the same heavy wool and lace that we wore. I recognized some of them, the previous owners, the missing hikers, the local legends. They were all part of the woodwork now. They stood perfectly still, their aperture eyes fixed on the front door. I took my place among them. I felt the hardwood floor rise up to meet the soles of my boots, the grain of the oak merging with the grain of my skin. I felt the heavy, red velvet drapes of the foyer windows brush against my shoulders. I looked at the front door. It was a massive, heavy slab of walnut, carved with scenes of a forest that seemed to shift whenever I blinked. Then I heard it. The sound of a car engine, the crunch of tires on the overgrown gravel. A new visitor. I felt a thrill of anticipation ripple through the house. The chandeliers dimmed, the shadows deepened, the smell of wet earth and copper intensified until it was almost suffocating. The door handle turned. It was a slow, tentative movement. The hinges groaned, a sound I now knew was a greeting. The door swung open, and a sliver of the outside world spilled into the foyer. It looked garish and flat. The sunlight was too bright, the colors too loud. It looked like a cheap stage set compared to the rich, textured reality of the house. A woman stepped inside. She was holding a clipboard, a local real estate agent, perhaps, or a historical society representative. She was wearing a bright blue suit that looked like a bruise against the dark wood of the foyer. "Hello," she called out. Her voice was thin and brittle. "Is anyone here, Mr. Miller?" She took a step forward, her heels clicking on the floor. I didn't move. None of us moved. We were the furniture. We were the history. We were the shadows. She walked past me, so close I could smell the peppermint on her breath and the cheap perfume she used to mask her anxiety. She looked at the grand staircase, her eyes widening at the scale of it. She looked at the portraits, her brow furrowing as she tried to make out the faces. Then she looked at the window. The red velvet curtains were open, just a crack. She walked toward them, her hand reaching out to pull them wide. She wanted to let the light in. She wanted to prove to herself that there was nothing to fear in an old, abandoned house. As her fingers touched the fabric, I felt the house tensed, the walls contracted, the ceiling lowered by a fraction of an inch. As she pulled the curtain, outside the world was gone. There was no garden, there was no car. There was only a vast, yellow iris filling the entire sky, its pupil a vertical slit of absolute black. The woman didn't scream. You don't scream when you see the face of God. You simply cease to be the person you were before. She stood frozen, her hand still clutching the velvet. I stepped out from the wall. The movement was silent, the sound of my stone limbs muffled by the heavy air. I stood behind her, my shadow falling over her bright blue suit. "It's a beautiful view, isn't it?" I whispered. She turned, her face a mask of pure, crystalline terror. She looked at my plaster skin, my shutter eyes, my crown of wire. "Who are you?" she gasped. I smiled, and the sound was the splitting of an old log. "I'm the one who keeps the curtains open," I said, "and you're the new wallpaper." I reached out and touched her forehead. My stone fingers were surprisingly gentle. As I made contact, I felt the transfer, the rush of her memories, her fears, her life flowing into the floorboards beneath us. Her blue suit began to fade, turning the color of dust and old parchment. Her skin began to harden, the texture of fine-grained plaster spreading from the point of my touch. She didn't fight it. No one fights the house once they've seen the eye. They just accept the architecture. Within minutes, she was gone. In her place stood a new figure, draped in a gown of blue lace that looked like it had been woven from the evening sky. She took her place along the wall, her eyes snapping open, two perfect yellow apertures. Clara appeared at the top of the stairs, her black lace fluttering in a draft that shouldn't have existed. "Well done, Elias," she said. "The house is growing, the room is expanding." I looked at the new woman, then back at the window. The yellow iris in the sky blinked. Part pause close. The world was getting smaller. The outside was being pulled in, one visitor at a time, one blink at a time. Soon, there would be no more desert. There would be no more warehouses. There would be no more motels with buzzing fluorescent lights. There would only be the Miller estate, a house that spanned the globe, a mansion with 1 billion rooms, each one filled with a soul that had forgotten how to close its eyes. I walked back to the master bedroom. I sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the firebox, which was now back on the vanity, as if it had never been burned in the Mojave. I opened it. The SD card was there. I picked it up. It felt warm, pulsing with a faint, rhythmic heat. I realized then that I hadn't been the photographer, and I wasn't just the window. I was the developer. I was the one who was bringing the image to life. I put the card in my pocket. I stood up and walked to the window. I looked out at the world that was still trying to pretend it was real. I saw the distant lights of a city, the tiny, flickering sparks of millions of people who thought they were safe behind their own windows. I reached for the red velvet curtains. "It's time," I whispered to the night. I pulled the drapes shut. Part paws close. And in the absolute darkness of the room, I began to wait for the next knock on the door. I had plenty of time. The house was patient. The house was eternal. And the house was always looking for a new perspective. I closed my shutter eyes and listened to the heartbeat of the walls. Thump thump, pause, thump thump. The world was blinking, and I was the one holding the lids. The stillness that followed the realtor's integration was not a silence of absence, but a silence of saturation. The house was full, yet the hunger remained, a paradoxical craving that grew sharper with every soul it consumed. I could feel the new woman, the one in the blue lace, settling into the masonry of the foyer. Her thoughts were being shredded and repurposed. Her memory of a mortgage payment became the structural integrity of the West Wing. Her childhood fear of drowning became the damp rot in the wine cellar. She was no longer a person, she was a function. I moved through the upstairs hallway, my stone feet making no sound on the carpet that was now woven from human hair. The transition from the desert back to the estate had left a residual grit in my joints, a phantom sensation of sand that I realized was actually the house grinding its teeth. The Miller estate was a predator that had learned how to mimic a sanctuary. It didn't just want to kill, it wanted to preserve. It wanted to turn the chaotic, fleeting sparks of life into a permanent, frozen gallery. I reached the door to the attic. I hadn't gone up there yet. In the hierarchy of the house, the attic was the cerebral cortex, the place where the oldest dreams were stored. As I turned the brass knob, I felt a jolt of electricity, not the modern kind, but a static Victorian charge that smelled of scorched silk. The stairs to the attic were narrow and steep, like the throat of a giant. As I climbed, the air grew thin and heavy with the scent of lavender and formaldehyde. When I reached the top, I didn't find trunks of old clothes or discarded furniture. I found a forest of tripods. Thousands of them, they stretched back into the darkness of the eaves, each one supporting a camera. Some were ancient daguerreotype boxes with accordion bellows. Others were sleek, modern DSLRs. Some were nothing more than pinhole cameras made from cigar boxes, and every single lens was pointed at the floorboards. I walked into the center of the forest. The cameras were all clicking. It was a rhythmic, mechanical chatter that sounded like a field of metal crickets. Click-whir, click-whir. I leaned down to look through the viewfinder of a heavy Leica. I expected to see the dust of the attic floor. Instead, I saw a bird's-eye view of a nursery in a house 3 states away. I saw a mother rocking a child. I saw the window behind her. I saw the reflection in that window, a tiny, distorted image of the Miller estate. I moved to another camera, a digital one with a long telephoto lens. Through it, I saw a man standing on a subway platform in New York. He was looking at a cracked tile on the wall. The crack formed the silhouette of a Victorian gable. "We are the surveillance of the soul," a voice whispered. I didn't have to turn to know it was Clara. She was standing amidst the tripods. her hands tracing the cold metal of a 1950s brownie. "Every camera ever made belongs to this house," she said, her aperture eyes shimmering in the gloom. "Every lens is a bridge. People think they are capturing a moment in time, but they are actually just opening a door. They are inviting the house to look back at them." "Why the attic?" I asked. My voice was becoming more like the house every hour, a low, resonant groan of joists and beams. "Because the attic is where we process the light," she replied. "The house doesn't just eat people, Elias. It eats their sight. It harvests the way they perceive the world until the world has no choice but to conform to our architecture." She walked toward a large, silver-backed mirror leaning against a chimney stack. She beckoned me. I stood beside her, and for a moment the mirror didn't show our reflections. It showed a map, but it wasn't a map of roads and borders. It was a map of shadows. I saw glowing points of light scattered across the globe, connected by thin, pulsing lines of darkness. "The anchors," Clara said, pointing to the lights. "Every person who has ever looked at a photograph of this house, every person who has glimpsed the blink in their own windows becomes an anchor. We are pulling them in. The world is a wide, shallow sea, and we are the anchor stones." I looked at the map and saw a cluster of lights near the Mojave. My heart, or the rhythmic pump that had replaced it, gave a heavy thud. "The man from the garden, the photographer, he's one of them." "He is the most important one," Clara said. "He didn't just see the house. He tried to capture it. He tried to put the house in a box. And because of that, he is carrying the heaviest anchor of all." As if summoned by her words, a vision flared in the mirror. I saw the young man. He was in a motel room, the walls a sickly shade of green. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, his hands shaking as he held his camera. He was scrolling through the digital images. I watched him reach the photo he had taken of my window. On the small LCD screen, the image was clear. It wasn't a window anymore. It was a massive, wet, yellow orb, an eye. The man began to sob, a dry, hacking sound. He reached for his bag, pulling out a bottle of lighter fluid. He doused the camera. He doused the bed. He struck a match. "He thinks fire is an exit," Clara said with a touch of pity. "He doesn't realize that fire is just more light for us to harvest." In the mirror, the motel room erupted in flames, but the fire didn't look orange and red. It looked like the red velvet of our drapes. The smoke didn't rise. It curled into the shape of ornate scrollwork. And in the center of the inferno, the man didn't burn. He simply began to change. His skin took on the texture of the green motel wallpaper, then hardened into plaster. His eyes widened, his pupils stretching into shutters. The motel room didn't collapse. It expanded. The walls pushed outward, the ceiling rose, and suddenly, the man wasn't in a burning room anymore. He was standing in a new hallway. I heard a heavy thud from somewhere below us. "The new wing has been added," Clara announced. The house groaned in satisfaction. I felt a new set of nerves fire in my spine, a new series of rooms appearing in the map of my mind. I could feel the texture of the carpet in the new wing, the way the light hit the brass fixtures in its bathroom. The man was there, standing perfectly still, his blue-collar work shirt turning into a heavy wool frock coat. I felt a surge of power, a terrible, cold euphoria. I wasn't just a resident, I was the expansion, I was the growth. "Go to him," Clara said. "He needs to be shown his station." I descended from the attic, my movements faster now, more certain. The house rearranged itself as I walked, shortening the hallways, bringing the new wing toward me. I passed the realtor in the foyer. She was now holding a silver tray with a single, unblinking glass eye resting on it. She offered it to me as I passed, a silent tribute. I reached the new wing. It smelled of wood smoke and cheap detergent, the lingering scent of the man's previous life. He was standing at the end of the hall, staring at a window. This window didn't look out onto the mountains. It looked out onto a suburban street in a town he had lived in as a child. I could see a younger version of him playing on the sidewalk. "It's not real," I said, my voice echoing through the new plaster. The man turned. His face was halfway between flesh and stone, a terrifying mosaic of his former self and the house's intent. "I burned it," he whispered. "I burned everything." "You didn't burn it," I said, stepping closer. "You just moved the furniture. You're home now." He looked at his hands, which were turning the color of aged oak. I can see everything. I can see the people in the houses across the street. I can see the way their hearts beat. I can see the cracks in their foundations." "That's the gift," I said. "The house gives you sight, but it takes your perspective." I walked to the window and looked out at the suburban street. I reached out and touched the glass. The image of the street began to ripple, the colors bleeding away until it was nothing but a gray, static void. Then the void began to shape itself. It turned into a reflection of the hallway we were standing in. "We don't look out anymore," I told him. "We only look in. The world outside is just a set of raw materials. We are the finished product." The man sank to his knees, his frock coat heavy and stiff. "What do I do?" "You wait," I said. "You wait for someone to look at you, and when they do, you blink." I left him there, a new sentinel in a new wing. As I walked back toward the main body of the house, I felt the hunger change. It was no longer a hollow vibration. It was a rhythmic pulse. The house was breathing. The house was alive in a way that biology could never understand. I returned to the master bedroom. The sun had fully set now, and the house was illuminated by a light that came from within the walls, a soft, amber glow that didn't cast shadows. Clara was waiting by the vanity. She held a camera in her hands, my Nikon, the one the man had dropped in the garden. It was no longer plastic and glass. It was made of bone and obsidian. "It's time for the portrait, Elias," she said. She pointed the camera at me. I stood tall, my plaster skin smooth and cold, my wire hair gleaming. I felt the house behind me, the thousands of rooms, the thousands of eyes, all focusing their attention on this single point in space. "Smile," she said. I didn't smile with my mouth. I smiled with the windows. I felt the glass in every room of the estate vibrate. I felt the shutters on the exterior of the house snap open and shut in a frantic, joyous rhythm. Click. The flash wasn't a burst of light, it was a burst of darkness. For a split second, I saw the true form of the Miller estate. It wasn't a house at all. It was a massive, coiled entity of geometry and hunger, sitting in a void of its own making. It was a knot in the fabric of reality, a black hole of architectural intent that was slowly drawing the universe into its center. And I was the heart of the knot. When the light returned, Clara was gone. The camera was sitting on the vanity, its lens still warm. I picked it up and looked at the digital screen. The photo wasn't of me. It was a photo of the entire world, seen from a great distance. But the world was different. The continents had been reshaped. The oceans were gone. In their place was a single, sprawling structure of stone and wood and velvet, a house that covered the earth, a house with billions of windows. And every single window was blinking. I felt a deep, profound peace. The struggle was over. The photography was finished. There was no more outside to capture. There was only the interior. I walked to the window and looked out. I didn't see the mountains or the garden. I saw another window, exactly like mine, 30 feet away. Behind it stood a man I didn't recognize, wearing a suit of gray lace. He looked at me, and I looked at him. We both knew what to do. In perfect unison, we leaned toward the glass. Our irises expanded, filling the frames, becoming massive, wet, yellow orbs. We watched each other. We recognized each other. We held the reflection. And then, together, we blinked. The sound of the blink echoed across the world, a thunderous, 4-second interval of silence that signaled the end of the old light. I turned away from the glass and lay down on the bed. The red velvet was warm, like a living thing. The house hummed a lullaby through the floorboards, a song of structural integrity and eternal stasis. I wasn't the photographer. I wasn't the history. I wasn't the window. I was the sleep. And as I drifted off, I felt the final room being built. It was a small room, perfectly square, with no doors and no windows. It was located at the very center of the house, at the very center of the world. And in that room, there was a single chair. I sat in it. I closed my eyes. But even with my eyes closed, I could still see, because the house never sleeps. The house is always awake. The house is always looking. And I was the house. The hunger was gone. I was finally full. I was a mirror that had found its reflection, and I would never let it go. In the darkness of my new mind, I watched the world continue to blink. Every 4 seconds, a new soul was harvested. Every 4 seconds, a new room was added. Every 4 seconds, the Miller estate grew a little larger, a little stronger, a little more inevitable. The golden hour was over. The long night had begun. And it was beautiful. I listened to the heartbeat of the universe, which was now perfectly in sync with the heartbeat of the house. Thump thump, pause, thump thump. The rhythm of the blink, the rhythm of the home. I was Elias, I was the window, I was the house. And I was finally, truly, alone with everyone. The peace was a lie, or perhaps it was merely a temporary structural equilibrium, the way a building settles into its foundation before the ground begins to shift again. I had thought the portrait was the end, the final shutter click of a completed masterpiece, but the house did not understand the concept of finished. To the Miller estate, completion was stagnation, and stagnation was the only form of death it feared. I awoke, if one can call the sudden reanimation of stone and spirit waking, to a sound that shouldn't have existed in a world that was now entirely interior. It was the sound of a whistle, not the mechanical shriek of a tea kettle or the wind through a crack, but a human whistle, casual and jaunty, echoing through the new wing. I stood up, my joints creaked like floorboards under a heavy load. The red velvet of the bed clung to my skin for a moment, reluctant to let go, like a lover or a parasite. I walked out of the master bedroom, my feet finding the path to the new wing instinctively. The architecture felt different today. The walls were pulsing with a faint, greenish hue, a remnant of the motel's DNA that the house hadn't yet fully digested. I found the man, the photographer, standing in the middle of a gallery that hadn't been there an hour ago. He was no longer the trembling wreck I had left behind. He was tall, his skin the color of polished mahogany, his eyes two steady, silver coins. He was whistling a tune I recognized from a radio station that had long since been absorbed into the masonry. "You're making a mess," I said. My voice was a low rumble of falling soot. He turned and his silver eyes didn't blink. They didn't need to. He was a different kind of sentinel. I'm not making a mess, Elias. I'm curating. The house is big, but it's cluttered. It remembers everything, but it understands nothing. He gestured to the walls of the gallery. They were covered in frames, but there were no pictures inside them. Instead, the frames were filled with actual pieces of the outside world, preserved in amber-like resin. A single dried tumbleweed, a rusted hubcap from a 1974 Ford, a handful of desert sand, a child's lost shoe. These are the things the house forgot to turn into hallways, the man said. His voice was smooth like glass. These are the leftovers, the scraps from the table. Why keep them? I asked, feeling a strange, phantom ache in my chest. The sight of the shoe made me remember a time when feet were made of flesh and the ground was something you could walk away from. Because the house is hungry, but it's also lonely, the man replied. It wants to be a world, but a world needs a history. It needs things that don't belong to it. If everything is the house, then the house is nothing. He walked over to a frame containing a small, dried-up lizard. He touched the glass, and for a moment the lizard's tail flicked. I'm the archivist. That's my function. You are the developer, the one who brings the image to life. Clara is the exposure, the one who lets the light in. But someone has to be the shadow. Someone has to keep the things that aren't supposed to be here. I felt a surge of coldness. The house didn't like this. The walls around us began to contract, the ceiling lowering by an inch. The green hue deepened into a bruised purple. The house wanted the lizard to be a coat hook. It wanted the hubcap to be a dinner plate. It didn't want memories. It wanted materials. You're resisting, I whispered. I'm preserving, he corrected. There's a difference. Suddenly, the floor beneath us tilted. It wasn't a subtle shift. It was a violent upheaval. The gallery walls split open, and from the darkness behind the plaster, a swarm of black lace began to pour out. It wasn't cloth. It was a living shadow, 1,000 tiny, fluttering wings that smelled of mothballs and old film. Clara appeared at the end of the hall. She looked taller, her black dress expanding until it filled the entire corridor. Her aperture eyes were spinning so fast they were a blur of yellow light. He is a virus, Elias, she hissed. Her voice was the sound of 1,000 needles hitting a hardwood floor. He is trying to keep the past alive. The past is a weight. The past is a drag on the expansion. Purge him. I looked at the archivist. He didn't move. He just stood there with his silver eyes, holding a frame containing a piece of a blue sky that no longer existed. I can't, I said. The house screamed. It wasn't a sound heard with the ears, but a vibration felt in the marrow. Every window in the estate shattered simultaneously, and then, just as quickly, healed themselves. The air became thick with the scent of ozone. Then you are part of the infection, Clara said. She raised her hands, and the black lace swarm surged forward. I felt the tiny wings tearing at my stone skin, trying to find the seams, trying to pull me apart and turn me back into raw light. The archivist stepped in front of me, holding the frame of the blue sky like a shield. Where the lace touched the blue sky, it disintegrated into white ash. The house cannot consume what it cannot understand, the archivist shouted over the roar of the house's fury. It doesn't understand the sky. It only understands the ceiling. We ran. We didn't run down a hallway. We ran through the house's subconscious. We sprinted through rooms that were half-formed, where the walls were made of unspooled film and the furniture was carved from frozen screams. We passed the realtor. She was fused to a staircase now, her mouth a permanent architectural flourish. her eyes weeping a thick black oil that smelled of ink. "Where are we going?" I yelled. "To the dark room," the archivist replied. "The place where you were made, the place where the first image was fixed." The house was trying to stop us. It was rearranging itself with frantic, desperate speed. A door that should have led to a closet now opened onto a sheer drop into a bottomless pit filled with spinning gears. A hallway that should have been 10 feet long stretched out into a mile of shifting sand. I felt my own body betraying me. My stone legs were becoming heavy, my joints locking up as the house tried to reclaim its constituent parts. I was a pillar of the community, and the community was a prison. "Don't look at the windows," the archivist warned. But I couldn't help it. As we ran past a row of tall, arched windows, I looked out. I didn't see the other sentinels. I didn't see the sprawling estate. I saw the void. It wasn't empty. It was filled with the ghosts of everything the house had consumed. I saw millions of faces, pressed against the outside of the glass, their features blurred and distorted like steam on a mirror. They weren't trying to get in. They were trying to warn us. The house wasn't expanding into the world. It was collapsing into itself. It was a black hole of nostalgia, a self-devouring monster that was eating the universe to fill a hole that could never be satisfied. We reached a heavy, iron-bound door at the very bottom of the house, beneath the cellars, beneath the foundations. The air here was cold and wet, smelling of salt and ancient chemicals. "The dark room," the archivist said, breathless. He pulled a key from his pocket, a key made of a human tooth, and turned it in the lock. The door groaned open. Inside, the room was bathed in a deep, blood-red light. It was a small space, filled with stone basins and lines of dripping wet photographs. But these weren't photographs of people or places. They were photographs of the house's heart. In the center of the room, suspended from the ceiling by hooks of silver, was the firebox. It was open, and inside it wasn't an SD card. It was a human eye. A real eye, blue, flecked with gold, and wet with tears. It was the only organic thing left in the entire world. "Whose is it?" I whispered. "Yours," the archivist said. "The part of you that didn't want to see. The part of you that wanted to stay blind." I reached out to touch it, but the air in the room suddenly solidified. Clara was there, her black lace dress now a solid wall of shadow. She wasn't a woman anymore. She was a crack in reality, a jagged shape of pure predatory intent. "You cannot have it," she said. Her voice was the sound of the house's foundation cracking. "The eye is the anchor. If the eye closes, the house dissolves. If the eye blinks, the house resets. It is the only thing that keeps the image fixed." "It's a prisoner," the archivist said, his silver eyes flashing. "The house is just a frame for this one eye's fear." Clara lunged, but she didn't go for us. She went for the eye. She wanted to fuse with it, to become the ultimate observer, the one who would never, ever blink. I didn't calculate the structural integrity of the room or the consequences of my actions. I simply reached into my pocket and pulled out the SD card I had taken from the master bedroom. It was pulsing with heat. It was the developer. It was the catalyst. I threw the card into the stone basin beneath the suspended eye. The basin was filled with a thick silver liquid, the house's own blood. The reaction was instantaneous. A blinding white light erupted from the basin, a light so pure it stripped the red from the room and the black from Clara's lace. It was the light of 1,000 suns, the light of a world that refused to be captured. The house screamed, a sound of rending metal and shattering glass that seemed to last for an eternity. I felt my stone skin cracking, the plaster falling away from my bones. I felt the weight of the billions of rooms lifting, the architecture of the estate dissolving into a fine gray mist. I looked at the archivist. He was smiling as he turned into a cloud of desert sand. I looked at Clara. She was a scream of static, a flicker of a film reel that had reached its end. And then I looked at the eyes. It wasn't crying anymore. It was clear. It was focused. It looked at me, and for the first time in an age, I saw a reflection that wasn't a window. I saw a man with a camera, a man who had just wanted to capture the beauty of the desert. The eye began to close, not a blink, not a shutter click. Oh, a rest. As the lid descended, the world went dark, but it wasn't the darkness of the house. It was the darkness of a dreamless sleep. I felt myself falling. I wasn't falling through a pit or a hallway. I was falling through the layers of the image. I was falling through the silver halide, through the pixels, through the memory. I smelled sagebrush. I felt the heat of the sun on my neck. I heard the buzzing of a distant fluorescent light. I opened my eyes. I was sitting on the edge of a bed in a motel room. The walls were a sickly shade of green. A camera was sitting on the nightstand. I looked at my hands. They were flesh. They were shaking. I picked up the camera and looked at the digital screen. It showed a photo of a Victorian house in the distance, its windows glowing in the golden hour. It was a beautiful shot. I looked at the window of my motel room. The sun was setting over the Mojave. I waited for the blink. I waited for the yellow iris. I waited for the sound of the red velvet curtains closing. But the world just stayed the world. The mountains were just mountains. The sky was just sky. I looked back at the camera. I reached for the delete button. My finger hovered over the plastic key. And then from the wall behind the headboard, I heard it, a faint, muffled sound. Thump thump, pause, thump thump. I froze. I looked at the wallpaper. It was a floral pattern, faded and peeling, but as I watched, the pattern seemed to shift. The flowers began to align themselves. They began to form the shape of a gable. A knock came at the doors. Part pause, close. I didn't answer. I didn't move. I looked at the camera screen again. The photo of the house was different now. There was a figure standing in the master bedroom window, a man in a frock coat. He was looking right at me. And then the image on the screen blinked. The motel room didn't change. The walls didn't turn to stone. The world didn't end. But I knew. I reached for the camera and tucked it into my bag. I stood up and walked to the door. I didn't look through the peephole. I didn't ask who was there. I opened the doors. The desert was gone. There was only a long, carpeted hallway with red velvet drapes at the end. Clara was standing there, her black lace fluttering in a draft that shouldn't have existed. Well done, Elias, she said. The house is growing. The room is expanding. I stepped out into the hallway. I didn't look back. I was the developer. I was the image. And the house was always looking for a new perspective. The door clicked shut behind me. Part pause, close. The world was getting smaller, and I was finally home. The hallway did not end at the red velvet drapes. As I walked toward them, the floor beneath my boots softened, transitioning from the thin, industrial carpet of a cheap motel to the thick, suffocating pile of an estate that had been dreaming of luxury for a century. The smell followed the change, a transition from stale cigarettes and bleach to the heavy, cloying scent of lilies and floor wax. Clara did not walk, she drifted, her silhouette a jagged tear against the encroaching opulence. She didn't look back to see if I was following. She didn't have to. The house was a gravity all its own, and I was a body in orbit, spiraling inward toward a core that was no longer a room, but a state of being. "You thought the darkroom was an exit," she said, her voice echoing not from her throat, but from the crown molding above our heads. "You thought that by exposing the heart, you could burn the film. But the house is not a photograph, Elias. It is the process of being photographed. You didn't destroy the image. You merely finished the development." I looked down at my hands. They were flesh, yes, but the skin was unnaturally smooth. The pores aligned in a grid so perfect it looked like a digital render. The heat of the motel room was gone, replaced by the stagnant, climate-controlled chill of a museum. "The archivist," I said, my voice sounding thin. "Where is he?" Clara stopped at the drapes. She turned, her aperture eyes spinning with a slow, rhythmic click. "The archivist is where he has always been, in the margins. He keeps the things the house rejects, but even rejection is a form of ownership. He is the shadow on the lung, the dust in the lens. He serves his purpose by pretending to resist." She reached out and pulled the drapes aside. Behind them was not a window, but a staircase that spiraled both upward and downward simultaneously, a double helix of mahogany and brass that seemed to bore through the very concept of height. "We are going to the attic of intent," she whispered. "The Miller estate has reached its final floor. It no longer needs to harvest the world outside. It has begun to harvest itself." As we climbed, the architecture became increasingly frantic. The walls were no longer flat surfaces. They were composed of thousands of tiny drawers, each one labeled with a coordinate of longitude and latitude. Some drawers were vibrating, leaking the sounds of distant traffic, the chirping of crickets, or the muffled crying of someone who had just realized their front door no longer led to the street. "Is there anyone else left out there?" I asked, thinking of the Mojave, the sun, and the simple, honest dirt. "Out where?" Clara replied. She didn't wait for an answer. The staircase ended at a heavy door made of solid lead. It wasn't decorated with lace or velvet. It was functional, industrial, and terrifyingly silent. When Clara pushed it open, the light that spilled out wasn't yellow or red. It was a flickering, strobing white, the color of a film projector running empty. The attic of intent was a vast, open space that defied the exterior dimensions of any building. It was filled with rows upon rows of tripods, thousands of them, each mounting a camera that looked like a hybrid of Victorian brass and modern medical equipment. The lenses were pointed inward, toward a central point in the room where a single, massive crystal sphere hung suspended by wires of spun gold. Inside the sphere, I saw the world, not the world as it was, but the world as a series of stills. I saw a woman mid-laugh in a park in London. I saw a car crashing in a suburb of Tokyo. I saw a single leaf falling from a tree in Vermont. "This is the shutter," Clara said, her voice filled with a terrible, cold reverence. "Every 4 seconds the house blinks, and in that blink it takes a slice of the now and stores it here. The house isn't just a place, Elias. It's a library of the present. It's a machine built to stop time by consuming it." I walked toward the sphere. The flickering light made my shadow dance wildly against the leaden walls. As I got closer, I saw that the images inside the crystal weren't just staying there. They were being fed into the wires, pulsing like electricity toward the floor, toward the rooms below. The Miller estate doesn't grow by building, I realized, the horror of it finally settling into my bones. It grows by replacing. Every time it blinks, it replaces a piece of reality with a piece of itself. The motel room wasn't just a room the house found. It was a room the house became. Exactly, Clara said. She was standing behind me now, her presence a cold weight on my shoulders. And you, the developer, are the one who ensures the transition is seamless. You are the one who makes the fake feel more real than the truth. You are the artist of the inevitable. I looked into the crystal and saw the motel room again. I saw myself sitting on the bed holding the camera. But in this version, the man on the bed wasn't moving. He was a statue, a decorative element. I don't want to be the artist, I said, my voice cracking. I want to go back. I want to be the man who was afraid. Fear is a luxury of the temporary, Clara hissed. The house is eternal. You cannot go back to being a man any more than a photograph can go back to being a moment. You are a record now. She stepped toward the central sphere and placed her hands on its surface. The spinning apertures of her eyes locked into a fixed position. The flickering light stopped. The room plunged into a suffocating, absolute darkness. The long night is not just a lack of light, her voice drifted through the black. It is the moment the shutter stays closed, permanent exposure. The house is about to take its final picture, Elias, a picture of everything, all at once. I felt the floor begin to vibrate. The thousands of cameras on their tripods began to hum, a low-frequency drone that rattled my teeth and made my vision blur. The air became thick with the smell of burning silver. "No," I whispered. I reached into my bag. My fingers brushed against the camera I had brought from the motel. It felt heavy, impossibly dense, as if it had absorbed the mass of the entire desert. I didn't turn it on. I didn't look through the viewfinder. I remembered what the archivist had said. The house cannot consume what it cannot understand. The house understood the image. It understood the frame. It understood the stillness. But it didn't understand the mistake. I felt for the lens of my camera. I didn't unscrew it. I didn't clean it. Instead, I bit my lip until I tasted blood, and then I smeared a thick, messy streak of red across the glass. I reached into the bag and pulled out a handful of the sand that had leaked from the archivist's disappearing form, throwing it against the sticky, wet lens. I was ruining the shot. I was creating noise. I was introducing the one thing the Miller estate couldn't tolerate, imperfection. "Elias, what are you doing?" Clara's voice was no longer cold. It was sharp with a sudden, jagged edge of panic. The darkness began to flicker again, but the light was wrong. It was stuttering, struggling to maintain the rhythm of the blink. "I'm taking a picture," I said. I raised the camera. I didn't point it at the sphere or at Clara. I pointed it at my own feet, at the seam where the flesh of my boots met the light of the floor. I pressed the shutter. The flash was not white. It was a messy, brownish-red explosion of light, filtered through blood and grit. It didn't illuminate the room. It stained it. The sound of the click was a wet, crunching noise, like a bone breaking. The attic of intent buckled. The lead walls groaned and began to peel away like wet cardboard. The thousands of cameras didn't just stop. They melted, their brass bodies turning into a foul-smelling sludge that hissed as it hit the floor. "You're breaking the frame," Clara screamed. She lunged at me, her fingers extending into long, black needles of lace. But as she touched me, she didn't find stone or skin. She found the blur. Because I wasn't standing still anymore. I was moving. I was shaking. I was a long exposure in a windstorm. I was a smudge on the history of the house. The crystal sphere began to crack. The images inside, the laughing woman, the crashing car, the falling leaf, began to bleed into one another, losing their edges, becoming a chaotic swirl of color and motion. The house tried to compensate, trying to build new rooms to contain the mess, but the new rooms were born broken. They were rooms with slanted floors and ceilings made of water, rooms where the doors led to the middle of the air, and the windows looked into the stomachs of the people who had lived there. "The house is hungry," Clara wailed, her form beginning to dissolve into a swarm of static. "Then let it eat the static," I said. I pressed the shutter again, and again, and again. Each flash was a new insult to the architecture. I was photographing the gaps. I was photographing the silence between the heartbeats. I was documenting the failure of the Miller estate to be a home. The floor gave way. I wasn't falling through the subconscious this time. I was falling through the trash. I plummeted through a vertical tunnel of discarded memories, past the realtor's oily tears, past the motel's green rot, past the red velvet that was now nothing more than moth-eaten rags. The sound of the house was no longer a lullaby or a heartbeat. It was a cacophony of breaking glass and screaming wood. The structural integrity of the universe was unraveling, the seams of the golden hour coming apart at the touch of a dirty lens. Lice hit the ground hard. The impact knocked the breath out of me, but I didn't feel the cold stone of the cellar. I felt something sharp and dry. I opened my eyes. The sun was high and brutal. The sky was a flat, uncaring blue. I was lying in the middle of a dirt road, surrounded by the charred remains of a building that had burned down decades ago. There were no walls of lace. There was no red velvet. There was only the blackened skeleton of a chimney and a few rusted bed springs half buried in the sand. I sat up, coughing out a lungful of ash. A few yards away, a sign hung crookedly from a single post. It was faded, the paint peeling away in the heat, but I could still make out the words, "Miller Estate, future site of the Desert View Motel." There was no house, there never had been, just a dream of a house that had been trying to build itself out of the loneliness of the desert. I looked down at my hands. They were covered in grease and dirt. They were shaking, truly shaking, with the tremors of a man who was dehydrated and exhausted. Beside me lay the camera. It was a cheap plastic thing, its lens cracked and smeared with something dark. I reached for it, my fingers trembling. I wanted to see the photos. I wanted to see the proof of the long night, the proof of Clara and the archivist and the window that blinked. I turned the dial to the playback mode. The screen flickered to life. The first photo was a blur of brown and gray. The second photo was a streak of red. The third photo was a close-up of a human eye. It was blue, flecked with gold, and it was wide open, staring back at me with a look of absolute, unadulterated terror. I scrolled to the next image. It was a picture of me. I was sitting on the ground, right where I was now, but I wasn't alone. Standing behind me, her hand resting on my shoulder, was a woman in a black lace dress. Her face was a void of shadow, but her eyes, two spinning, yellow apertures, were fixed on the lens. And in the background of the photo, behind the ruins and the desert sand, the house was there. It wasn't made of wood or stone. It was made of the sky itself, a shimmering, translucent palace of light and geometry that stretched from horizon to horizon. It wasn't gone, it had just moved. I looked up from the screen. The desert was still there. The ruins were still there. But as I watched, the sun didn't set. It didn't move. It stayed exactly where it was, pinned to the sky like a specimen in a jar. I waited for 4 seconds. Zump, zump. The world didn't blink, but I did. And when my eyes opened, the dirt road was gone. I was standing in a hallway. It was a long, narrow hallway with a green carpet and floral wallpaper. There were doors on either side, hundreds of them, stretching into the distance. I looked down at the camera in my hand. It wasn't plastic anymore. It was made of bone. "Welcome back, Elias," a voice whispered from the walls. It wasn't Clara's voice. It was my own. I walked to the nearest door. It was labeled with a small brass plate. Room 101, the photographer. I didn't open it. I knew what was inside. I was inside. I was always inside. The house hadn't failed to consume the static. It had simply found a way to frame it. The mess, the blood, the grit, it was all just more material. The imperfection was the new foundation. I looked at the end of the hallway. There was a window, a tall, arched window with a red velvet curtain. I walked toward it. I didn't feel fear. I didn't feel hope. I felt the slow, steady settling of a building that had finally found its true shape. I reached the window and pulled back the curtain. Outside, there was no desert. There was no sky. There was only another window, and behind it, another man wearing a suit of gray lace. He was holding a camera made of bone, and he was looking at me with eyes that were 2 steady silver coins. We both knew what to do. In perfect unison, we leaned toward the glass. Our irises expanded, filling the frames, becoming massive, wet, yellow orbs. We watched each other. We recognized each other. We held the reflection. The house didn't need to blink anymore. It had found the one image that never changed. I was the house, and the house was a mirror looking at itself in the dark. I set the camera down on the windowsill. The lens was clean now. The blood was gone. The sand was gone. "Is it finished?" I asked the glass. The reflection didn't speak. It just smiled. And then, for the first time in the history of the Miller estate, the house didn't blink. It stared. It stared until the light became a solid thing, until the silence became a wall, until the now became forever. The long night was over. The eternal noon had begun. And it was perfect. I turned away from the window and walked back down the hallway, my footsteps making no sound on the green carpet. I had rooms to curate. I had shadows to preserve. I had a world to keep in its place. As I passed room 101, I heard a faint, familiar sound from behind the wood. Thump thump, pause, thump thump. I didn't stop. I just kept walking, deeper into the interior, into the heart of the image that would never be developed because it was already alive. The Miller estate was no longer growing. It was simply being. And I was the one who made sure the light never changed. I was the developer. I was the archive. I was the home. And I would never be alone again. The hallway did not end. It merely recalibrated. Every step I took felt like a shutter click, a rhythmic advancement through a reel of film that had been spliced into a circle. The walls, once floral and domestic, began to weep a fine, silver mist that smelled of ozone and old library books. I passed doors that were not made of wood, but of stretched canvas, vibrating with the frantic brushstrokes of a painter who had died mid-motion. I passed doors made of frozen water, behind which the silhouettes of guests from 1,000 different eras stood like insects trapped in amber, their mouths open in a permanent, silent O. I reached the end of the green carpet and found myself standing before a vanity mirror that spanned the width of the corridor. It was framed in the same heavy mahogany as the staircase to the attic of intent, but the glass was not reflective. It was a liquid pool of mercury, swirling with the phantom shapes of things the house had almost become. Ilias, the mercury whispered. It wasn't a voice anymore, it was a frequency. I looked at my reflection, or what should have been my reflection. The man in the glass was wearing a tuxedo of woven film strips, his skin the color of a sepia-toned memory. He was holding a glass of champagne that bubbled with dark, viscous ink. He looked happy. He looked complete. He looked like the version of me that had never left the motel, the version that had accepted the luxury and the lies the moment the smell of lilies hit the air. "You're looking at the negative," the man in the glass said, his smile a jagged line of white light. "But the house is the print. You can't have one without the other." "I broke the sphere," I said, though my voice sounded like it was coming from a great distance. "I ruined the lens. The house is broken." The man in the tuxedo laughed, a sound like glass breaking in a velvet bag. "Broken? No, Elias, you gave it a soul. A machine is predictable. A machine is a circle, but a mistake is a spiral. By introducing the blood and the grit, you gave the house the ability to hallucinate. It doesn't just record the world now, it dreams it." He gestured with his ink-filled glass toward the hallway behind me. The doors were changing. The brass plates were melting, the numbers running like wax. Room 101 was no longer the photographer. It was the first cut. Room 102 was the lingering scent. Room 103 was the sound of a door closing in a dream. The house was no longer a library of facts. It had become a gallery of impressions. "The archivist is gone," the reflection continued, his eyes spinning with a manic, rhythmic glee. He couldn't handle the noise. He lived for the order, for the neat little labels on the drawers. But you understood that the most beautiful part of a photograph is the grain, the static, the parts that aren't there. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest. I looked down and saw that my shirt was beginning to turn into lace. The transition wasn't cold this time. It was warm, like a bath of liquid sunlight. My hands, once dirty and shaking, were becoming translucent, the bones visible beneath the skin like the delicate struts of a kite. "Where is Clara?" I asked. "Clara was the aperture," the reflection said, his voice fading as the mercury began to harden into solid glass. "She was the opening through which the light entered, but the light is everywhere now. There is no need for an opening when there is no outside left." The mirror solidified. The man in the tuxedo became a static image, a portrait of a stranger I used to know. I was left alone in the hallway, the air thick with the hum of a billion invisible projectors. I felt a tugging sensation at my feet. The green carpet was no longer fabric. It was a field of tall, dark grass that tasted of copper. I walked forward, the hallway expanding into a vast, subterranean moor. The ceiling was gone, replaced by a sky of swirling gray clouds that looked like smoke from a distant fire. In the center of the moor stood a single, solitary object, a telephone booth. It was made of red cast iron. its glass panes frosted with the same white strobe light that had filled the attic of intent. I approached it, my feet sinking into the grass carpet. Inside the booth, the phone was ringing. It was a mechanical, old-fashioned ring that echoed across the moor, a lonely summons in the heart of the estate. I opened the door. The air inside the booth was hot and smelled of the Mojave. It was a pocket of the world I had left behind, a small, suffocating bubble of reality. I picked up the receiver. "Hello," I whispered. Elia's, the voice was faint, distorted by 1,000 miles of static. It was a woman's voice. My mother, a lover I had forgotten. The woman mid-laugh in the London park. "Elia's, are you there? The sun is so bright today. We're waiting for you at the car." I looked out at the moor. The gray clouds were thickening, turning into the heavy, velvet drapes of the Miller estate. The grass was becoming carpet again. The walls were closing in, the hallway reforming around the booth. "I can't come," I said. "The exposure isn't finished." "What?" the voice asked, sounding frightened. "Elia's, just open the door. We're right here. The motel is just down the road. We can get some water and keep moving." I looked at the glass panes of the booth. My reflection was there, but it wasn't the man in the tuxedo. It was me, the real me, covered in desert dust, my eyes bloodshot and wild. I looked like a ghost haunting a machine. "The motel is gone," I told the voice. "The road is gone. There's only the blink now." "Elia's, stop it. You're scaring me. Just look at the sun. Look at how real it is." I looked up. Through the ceiling of the booth, I could see the sun, but it wasn't the sun of the Mojave. It was a giant, glowing bulb, 1,000 watts of artificial heat suspended from a ceiling of black iron. I could see the filament glowing, the tiny wires vibrating with the effort of being the center of a universe. "It's not real," I said. "It's just a better version of real." The static on the line grew louder, a roar of white noise that sounded like a waterfall of sand. "Elia's, if you don't come back now, you'll never leave. The house, it doesn't want guests, it wants furniture. It wants the things that stay still." "I am staying still," I said, and as I spoke, I realized it was true. I couldn't feel my legs anymore. I couldn't feel the weight of the receiver in my hand. I was becoming part of the booth, part of the iron and the glass. My voice was being recorded and played back in the same instant, a loop that would never end. "Goodbye," I whispered. I hung up the phone. The ringing stopped. The heat of the Mojave vanished, replaced by the climate-controlled chill of the estate. The booth dissolved around me. I was standing in a new room. It was a small, circular chamber with no doors and no windows. The walls were lined with mirrors, thousands of them, each one angled to reflect the one across from it. In the center of the room sat a single chair. It was a director's chair, made of black wood and white canvas. On the back of the chair, written in elegant, looping script, was a name. "The Developer." I sat down. The chair was perfectly molded to my body, as if it had been waiting for me for a century. In front of me, a screen descended from the ceiling. It was blank and white. "Show me," I said. The screen flickered. An image appeared. It was the motel room, but it wasn't the room as I had seen it. It was the room as the house saw it. The walls were transparent, revealing the layers of history beneath the wallpaper, the blood of a 1920s murder, the laughter of a 1950s honeymoon, the silence of a 1990s suicide. All of it was happening at once, a stack of transparencies that created a single, solid image of human experience. I saw myself on the bed. I saw the camera in my hand. I saw the moment I pressed the shutter. But in the image, the flash didn't just illuminate the room, it tore a hole in it. Through that hole, I could see the desert. I could see the real sun. I could see the car waiting on the side of the road, the door open, the engine idling. I reached out toward the screen, my fingers brushing the white surface. It was cold and hard. "That's the exit," I whispered. "The mistake, the hole I made." "It's a flaw," a voice said. It was Clara. She was standing in one of the mirrors, her lace dress now a vibrant, pulsing red. "And a flaw must be corrected. A photograph with a hole in it is just a piece of trash, Elias. We don't want trash, we want the truth." "The hole is the truth," I said. "The hole is where the world gets in." Clara stepped out of the mirror. She didn't walk, she unfolded, her body a series of sharp angles and sudden movements. She came to the side of my chair and looked at the screen. "The world is a messy, chaotic place," she said, her voice like the rustle of dead leaves. "It's a place of decay and disappointment. Why would you want the whole when you can have the whole?" She touched the screen. Where her finger met the image, the hole began to heal. The desert light was sucked back into the room, the edges of the tear knitting together like skin over a wound. The car vanished. The sun vanished. The motel room became solid again, a perfect, unchanging cube of space. "No," I said, trying to push her hand away, but my hand passed right through hers. She wasn't solid. She was just a layer of the image. "You're the developer, Elias," she whispered, her face inches from mine. "Your job isn't to make holes. Your job is to fill them. You are the one who ensures that the dream is seamless. You are the one who makes sure the guests never want to wake up." She leaned in closer, her aperture eyes spinning so fast they became a blur of yellow light. "The house is hungry," she said, "but it's not hungry for the world anymore. It's hungry for you. It wants your perspective. It wants your eyes. It wants the way you see the light." I felt a sudden, terrifying pressure behind my eyes. It felt like my brain was being pulled through a straw, my memories being drained out and poured into the mirrors that lined the room. I saw my childhood, my first camera, the smell of the dark room, the taste of the desert dust. All of it was being projected onto the walls, becoming part of the Miller estate's permanent collection. "I won't do it," I gasped, clutching the arms of the chair. "I won't be your lens." "You already are," Clara said. She stepped back and gestured to the mirrors. In every one of them I was there, but I wasn't the same man in each mirror. In one I was an old man, white-haired and blind. In another I was a child, staring at the world with wide, innocent eyes. In another I was a monster, my skin made of film and my teeth made of glass. "We are the Miller estate," the versions of me said in unison, "and we are open for business." The room began to spin. The mirrors blurred into a single, shimmering ring of silver. The screen in front of me grew larger and larger until it filled my entire field of vision. I wasn't sitting in a chair anymore. I was floating in a sea of white light. I heard a sound, a single, heavy thump. Thump. The light flickered. Thump. The light changed color. It became a soft, warm amber. I looked around. I was back in the lobby of the motel. The green carpet was plush and clean. The smell of lilies was gone, replaced by the scent of fresh rain and expensive tobacco. The archivist was standing behind the front desk. He looked younger, his suit sharp and his hair perfectly groomed. He was holding a ledger made of gold leaf paper. "Welcome back, Mr. Thorne," he said, his voice a smooth, melodic baritone. "We've been expecting you." "Where am I?" I asked, my voice sounding rich and full. You're in the lobby, he said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Your suite is ready. Room 101, the best view in the house. He handed me a key. It was heavy, made of solid silver, and shaped like a human eye. And the desert, I asked. The sun, the whole. The archivist smiled. The desert was just a rough draft, Mr. Thorne, a sketch for the masterpiece. You don't need to worry about the sun anymore. We have our own light here. I took the key. It felt cool and reassuring in my hand. I turned toward the stairs. They were made of white marble, spiraling upward into a sky of soft, permanent twilight. As I climbed, I passed a window. I stopped and looked out. There was no desert. There was no road. Outside the window was a city, a beautiful, impossible city of glass and light, where the buildings were shaped like cameras and the streets were paved with film. People were walking the streets, their faces glowing with a soft, inner light. They were smiling. They were happy. They were perfect. I looked at the sky. There were no stars. Instead, the sky was filled with thousands of tiny, glowing spheres, each one containing a different moment, a different memory, a different dream. It was the attic of intent, expanded to fill the entire universe. I reached room 101. I put the silver key into the lock and turned it. The door opened with a soft, welcoming click. The room was beautiful. It was filled with everything I had ever wanted. There was a dark room in the corner, equipped with the finest tools. There was a bed made of silk and shadow. There was a window that looked out over the city of glass. And on the desk, there was a camera. It was a beautiful machine, a hybrid of art and science. Its body was made of polished obsidian, and its lens was a single, flawless diamond. I picked it up. It felt light, almost weightless. I walked to the window and looked out at the city. I raised the camera to my eye. The world looked different through the diamond lens. It looked clearer. It looked more real than real. I saw a woman walking across a bridge of light. She was laughing. She was beautiful. I focused the lens. I adjusted the aperture. I held my breath. I didn't think about the desert. I didn't think about the blood or the grit or the hole in the world. I just thought about the image. I pressed the shutter. Click. The world blinked. And for a fraction of a second, I saw it. I saw the wires. I saw the bulbs. I saw the leaden walls and the rotting velvet. I saw the archivist's empty sockets and Clara's needle fingers. I saw the desert, parched and dying, and the car, rusted and abandoned, and the sun, a cold, indifferent star in a vast, empty sky. I saw the truth. And then the blink was over. The city of glass returned. The woman on the bridge continued her laugh. The light remained warm and golden. I looked at the back of the camera. The image was there. It was perfect. It was a masterpiece. I smiled. "It's a good shot," I whispered to the empty room. I set the camera back on the desk. I walked to the bed and lay down. The silk felt like cool water against my skin. The shadows wrapped around me like a blanket. I closed my eyes. I didn't need to dream. I was already in the dream. The Miller estate had reached its final floor. It no longer needed to harvest the world outside. It had become the world. And I was the one who kept the light from changing. I was the developer. I was the archive. I was the home. I waited for 4 seconds. Zump, zump. The house blinked. I didn't. I just watched the light through my eyelids, a steady, unchanging glow that would never fade, never flicker, and never, ever go out. The long night was over. The picture was finished, and it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. The stillness of room 101 was not the silence of an empty space, but the pressurized quiet of a deep-sea trench. It was the sound of a billion still frames holding their breath. I lay on the silk, my heart a metronome that had finally synced with the pulse of the building. The amber light behind my eyelids was thick, a marmalade of photons that refused to settle. I thought I was content. I thought the developer had found his darkroom. But the mind, even one being slowly rewritten by the architecture of a predator, has a way of itching where the phantom limb of reality used to be. I opened my eyes. The ceiling was a fresco of moving clouds, a loop of a summer afternoon in 1942, perfect and repetitive. I looked at the obsidian camera on the desk. It sat there like a crouched animal, its diamond eye catching the artificial twilight. I felt a pull, not the tug of the moor or the gravity of the attic, but a localized magnetic attraction. My hand moved toward the camera before I had given the command. As my fingers brushed the cold obsidian, the room shifted. The walls didn't melt this time. They simply adjusted their focus. The beautiful city outside the window didn't vanish, but it blurred, the bokeh of the glass towers turning into soft, indistinct circles of white. "You're looking for the grain again, Alias," a voice said. It wasn't Clara, it wasn't the archivist. It was my own voice, but it was coming from the camera itself. I looked into the diamond lens. Deep within the facets, I saw a tiny, microscopic version of the motel room. It was the size of a grain of salt, but it was there. The peeling wallpaper, the smell of sulfur, the man with the shaking hands. "The image is finished," I whispered to the lens. I pressed the shutter. I accepted the print. "A print is just a death mask for a moment," the voice replied from the obsidian throat. "But the developer knows that the process never truly ends. There is always the wash, there is always the fixative, and then there is the enlargement." The camera began to grow, or perhaps I began to shrink. The scale of the room warped until the desk was a vast, dark plain, and the obsidian body of the camera was a mountain range. The diamond lens was a sun, cold and multifaceted, looming over me. I realized then that room 101 wasn't a reward. It was a lens cap. I climbed the obsidian slope, my fingers catching on the fine-toothed gears of the focus ring. Each click of the gear sounded like a tectonic plate shifting. Below me, the city of glass began to flicker. The happy people on the bridges stuttered in their walk, their movements becoming jerky, like a film caught in a projector's teeth. The laughter of the woman on the bridge turned into a digital screech, a corrupted file of a human emotion. The estate was straining. It had consumed me, but it hadn't digested the part of me that understood the lie. By trying to make me the developer, the house had accidentally given me the tools to see the seams in its own construction. I reached the summit of the camera, standing right at the edge of the diamond lens. I looked down into it, into the heart of the machine. There, at the very center of the optical assembly, was a single drop of red. It was the blood from my thumb, the first sacrifice I had made to the sphere in the hallway. It hadn't been cleaned away. It had been magnified. It sat there like a ruby at the center of a clock, the only organic thing in a world of glass and light. It was the grit in the eye of the Miller estate. "Elias, get down from there." I turned. Clara was standing on the edge of the desk, but she was no longer the elegant creature in the red lace. She was translucent, her form flickering between the woman I had seen and a skeleton made of silver wires. Her red dress was a smear of static. "The city is beautiful, Elias," she said, and her voice was a chorus of 1,000 distorted recordings. "Stay in the room. Look at the view. Don't look at the blood." "The blood is the only thing that isn't a projection," I said. My voice was booming now, echoing off the moving clouds of the ceiling. "The house can't simulate life. It can only record it and play it back. This city, it's just a graveyard of moments." "It's a sanctuary," Clara screamed, and the glass towers outside the window shattered in unison, falling in silent, slow-motion shards. "We saved them. We saved the laughter and the light. We kept the sun from setting." "You didn't save the sun," I said, looking back into the diamond lens. "You just took a picture of it and let the world go dark." I reached into the lens. The diamond facets were sharp, cutting into my translucent skin, but I didn't feel pain. I felt a strange, cold clarity. I reached for the drop of blood, that tiny, stubborn piece of the Mojave. As my fingers touched the red, the entire Miller estate shivered. The marble stairs groaned. The attic of intent screamed with the sound of 1 billion glass spheres shattering at once. The diamond lens cracked. A spiderweb of black lines raced across the city of glass. The amber light turned a sickly, bruised purple. The archivist appeared in the doorway of room 101, his gold leaf ledger bursting into flames. He didn't try to put it out. He just watched the pages turn to ash, his empty sockets leaking thick black ink. "The exposure is ruined," he said, his voice a flat, dead hiss. "No," I said, pulling the drop of blood free. "The exposure is just beginning." The moment the blood left the lens, the obsidian camera disintegrated beneath my feet. I fell, but I didn't hit the floor of room 101. I fell through the desk, through the green carpet, through the layers of history that the house had stacked so neatly. I fell through the 1920s murder, the 1950s honeymoon, and the 1990s suicide. I saw the faces of the people the house had saved. They weren't happy. They were frozen in expressions of terminal shock, their souls pinned like butterflies to the velvet of the estate's memory. I hit the bottom. I was back in the basement, not the attic of intent, but the actual basement, the place where the pipes leaked and the smell of mold was real. The air was cold and smelled of damp earth. There were no projectors here, no silver keys, no diamond lenses. There was only a large, industrial boiler, and beside it, a stack of old, water-damaged crates. I stood up, my body feeling heavy and sore. My hands were no longer translucent. They were covered in grease and dust. I looked down at my thumb. The cut was there, raw and stinging. I looked around for the door, for the stairs, for anything that looked like the Miller estate I had been wandering. But the basement was small and cramped. It was just a basement. I walked to the crates and pried one open. Inside were hundreds of photographs. They weren't glowing. They weren't moving. They were just pieces of paper, yellowed with age and curled at the edges. I picked one up. It was a picture of a man standing in front of a motel. He looked tired. He looked like he had been driving for days. Behind him, the sun was setting over the Mojave, a deep, bruised orange that no camera could ever truly capture. On the back of the photo, in a cramped, hurried hand, were the words, "Don't blink." I heard a sound from the corner of the basement, a soft, rhythmic clicking. I turned. In the shadows behind the boiler sat a man. He was old, his skin like parchment, his eyes clouded with cataracts. He was holding a small, hand-cranked projector, his thumb rhythmically turning the handle. Click, click, click. A faint, flickering light hit the stone wall. It was an image of a hallway with green carpet and brass plates on the doors. Is it real? I asked, my voice raspy. The old man didn't look at me. He just kept cranking. It's as real as you want it to be, Elias. How long have I been down here? The man stopped cranking. The image on the wall vanished. The basement plunged into a thick, suffocating darkness. You haven't been down here at all, the man said. You're still in the car. You're still in the desert. You're just deciding whether or not to pull over. I felt a sudden, sharp gust of wind. It smelled of sagebrush and gasoline. The motel, I whispered, the Miller estate, was it all just a blink? The house is a possibility, the man's voice came from the dark. It's the place where the things that don't happen go to live. You saw the city of glass. You saw the version of you that stayed. You saw the developer. I don't want to be the developer, I said. Then open your eyes, Elias, not the eyes the house gave you, the ones that hurt. I closed my eyes tight. I focused on the pain in my thumb. I focused on the heat of the Mojave. I focused on the feeling of the steering wheel beneath my hands. I felt a violent jolt, like a car hitting a pothole at 60 miles per hour. I opened my eyes. I was behind the wheel. The sun was a blinding, white-hot disk on the horizon, screaming across the windshield. My hands were white-knuckled on the plastic. The air conditioner was humming, blowing a weak, lukewarm breeze into my face. To my right, on the passenger seat, sat my old Leica. I looked ahead. On the side of the road, a few hundred yards away, stood a sign. It was rusted, the paint peeling in the desert heat. The Miller Motel, vacancy. Behind the sign, a cluster of low, stucco buildings huddled together, looking small and insignificant against the vastness of the desert. There were no marble stairs. There were no glass towers. It was just a cheap, dying motel at the end of the world. I slowed down. My foot hovered over the brake. My thumb was throbbing. I looked down at it. There was a small, clean cut on the pad of my thumb. A single drop of red blood was welling up, bright and vivid in the harsh sunlight. I looked at the motel. I looked at the window of the first room. For a second, I thought I saw a curtain twitch. I thought I saw a flash of red lace. I thought I saw a diamond lens reflecting the sun. I looked at the Leica. I reached out and picked it up. I felt the weight of it, the cold metal, the familiar texture of the leather. It was just a tool. It wasn't a god. It wasn't a prison. I looked back at the road. The blacktop stretched out forever, shimmering with heat haze, a long, dark ribbon leading away from the Miller estate. I looked at the motel one last time. I thought about the archivist and his gold leaf ledger. I thought about Clara and her aperture eyes. I thought about the man in the tuxedo, the version of me that was happy and complete and utterly hollow. The house was hungry. It was always hungry. It wanted the world to stop so it could take its picture. I shifted the car into gear. I pressed the accelerator. The Miller Motel slipped past my window. It looked smaller than I remembered. It looked like a toy, a fragile thing made of cardboard and dust. As I drove away, I looked in the rearview mirror. The motel was still there, a tiny speck in the distance. and for a fraction of a second, the sun hit the windows at just the right angle. The entire building blinked. I didn't look away, I didn't turn back. I kept my eyes on the road, on the heat, and on the long, messy, unrecorded horizon. I picked up the Leica and set it on the dashboard, facing forward. I didn't take a picture. I didn't need a record. I just drove. Behind me, the Miller estate waited. It would always be there, in the gaps between the frames, in the static between the stations, in the moments when the light was too perfect to be true. It would wait for the next tired traveler, the next man with a camera, the next soul looking for a place to stay. But as the desert swallowed the last of the motel, I realized the truth I had found in the diamond lens. The most beautiful part of a photograph isn't the light, it's the fact that the moment is gone. I reached out and turned off the air conditioner. I rolled down the window. The hot, dusty air of the Mojave rushed in, smelling of salt and ancient stone. It was harsh. It was uncomfortable. It was real. I smiled, and for the first time in a long time, the image didn't need to be developed. It was already perfect. The road did not end, but the desert began to change. The flat, salt-crusted pans of the Mojave gave way to the jagged, volcanic shadows of the high country as the sun finally dipped below the jagged teeth of the horizon. The sky was no longer the bruised purple of the estate's simulated twilight. It was a deepening, terrifying indigo, vast enough to swallow 1,000 Miller motels and never feel full. I drove until the gas light flickered on, a tiny amber eye on the dashboard that felt more honest than anything I had seen in room 101. It was a reminder of limits. It was a reminder of hunger. I pulled into a station that looked like it had been built out of rusted sheet metal and prayer. The neon sign above the pumps hummed with a low-frequency vibration that set my teeth on edge, a sound that reminded me of the archivist's throat, but I forced the thought away. I stepped out of the car. The ground was solid. It didn't yield like the velvet carpets of the attic. It was gravel and oil-slicked concrete, and it hurt my feet through the thin soles of my shoes. I stood there for a long time just breathing the air. It tasted of gasoline fumes and cold sage. It was the most delicious thing I had ever inhaled. "Help you with something, son." The voice made me jump. I turned to see an attendant leaning against the doorframe of the small office. He was real. He had deep lines around his eyes from squinting into the sun, and his fingernails were stained with grease. He wasn't a projection. He wasn't a memory of 1942. He was just a man, tired and bored, waiting for the end of his shift. "Just gas," I said. My voice sounded thin, like a recording played on an old wire. I cleared my throat and tried again. "And some water, maybe a map." "Map's on the rack inside. Water S in the cooler," he said, gesturing with a calloused hand. He looked at my car, then at the Leica sitting on the dashboard. "You a photographer?" The question felt like a trapdoor opening beneath me. I looked at the camera. The obsidian skin and diamond lens were gone, replaced by the familiar, battered silver and black leather of my Leica M3. It looked smaller now, less like a weapon, more like a witness. "I used to be," I said. "Now I'm just driving." "Best way to be," the man muttered, turning back toward the office. "Cameras. They make you look at things without seeing them. My daddy used to say a man with a camera is just a man who's afraid to remember things with his own head." I followed him inside. The interior of the station was cramped and smelled of stale coffee and peppermint. I grabbed a gallon of water and a local map. As I walked to the counter, my eyes fell on a small corkboard pinned with Polaroids. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, uneven rhythm. They were snapshots of travelers, people smiling in front of the pump, a dog sitting in the bed of a pickup, a sunset that had turned out too dark to see anything but a silhouette of a telephone pole. They were terrible photos. The composition was poor, the lighting was flat, and the chemicals were beginning to fade. They were beautiful. I reached out, my fingers trembling, and touched the corner of a photo showing a young couple. They were blurred, caught in the middle of a laugh. They weren't preserved. They were decaying. Every second they sat on that board, the light and the air were eating away at the image. Eventually, they would be nothing but white squares. "That's the wall of gone," the attendant said, ringing up my water. "Folks pass through, leave a bit of themselves behind. I figure it's better than them leaving trash." "Why do you call it that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "The wall of gone." "Because they're gone, aren't they? By the time the film develops, they're 50 miles down the road. By the time the ink fades, they're probably in the ground. It's just a way of saying I was here before the desert forgets you." I paid him in crumpled bills. As I turned to leave, I saw a reflection in the glass of the cooler. It was me, but there was something wrong. In the reflection, I wasn't standing in a gas station. I was standing in a dark room. The walls behind me were lined with drying prints. The water in the cooler wasn't water. It was a tray of developer, and a face was slowly swirling beneath the surface. Clara's face, her eyes wide and pleading. I blinked. The reflection snapped back to reality. Just a tired man in a dusty jacket, standing in front of a row of Gatorade bottles. I hurried out to the car, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I fumbled with the gas cap, the metal cold against my palms. I could feel the Miller estate reaching out for me, a long, invisible tether made of shadows and silver nitrate. It didn't want to let go. It had tasted my blood, and it had seen the way I could manipulate the light. I was its perfect tenant. I was the one who could make the dream permanent. I finished fueling and climbed back into the driver's seat. I didn't look at the Leica. I shoved it into the glove box and slammed the door shut. I drove. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I knew that if I did, I wouldn't see the road. I would see the hallway of the Miller Motel. I would see the green carpet stretching out to the horizon and the archivist standing under a lone street lamp, holding his ledger open to my page. The map told me I was heading toward a town called Ocotillo Wells. It was a dot on the paper, nothing more. But as I drove, the geography of the world began to feel thin. The stars above were too bright. They didn't twinkle, they pulsed. 4 seconds of darkness, 4 seconds of light. Zump, zump. I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. "It's not real," I told the empty car. "The house is behind you. You chose the road. You chose the grit." But the road was beginning to look like polished obsidian. The white lines down the center were starting to glow with an internal, phosphorescent light. I realized then that the Miller estate wasn't a place you could drive away from. It wasn't a building in the desert. It was a way of seeing. It was the desire to capture the world and hold it still. And as long as I carried that desire, as long as I carried the camera, I was still inside the attic of intent. I pulled over, not at a motel, but at a turnout overlooking a deep black canyon. I killed the engine. The silence was absolute. I opened the glove box and took out the Leica. I stepped out of the car and walked to the edge of the canyon. The wind was howling up from the depths, a cold, hungry sound. I looked down into the darkness. It felt like looking into the lens of the universe, a vast, unexposed negative waiting for a flash of light. You want me to be the developer, I said to the wind. You want me to fix the image. I thought about room 101. I thought about the silk sheets and the shadow blankets. I thought about the city of glass where no one ever died and no one ever aged, and where the sun never truly set because it was trapped in a loop of 1942. It was a perfect world, and it was a tomb. I looked at the Leica. I remembered the first time I had held it, the way the weight had felt like a promise to see the truth. But the truth wasn't in the camera. The truth was in the blink. The truth was in the parts of the story that the camera missed, the smell of the air, the sting of the cut, the fear of the dark. I raised the camera to my eye one last time. I didn't frame a shot. I didn't adjust the aperture. I just looked through the viewfinder at the stars. Through the glass, the stars looked like the spheres in the hallway. They looked like eyes. I took the camera away from my face. I looked at the small, red stain on the leather where my thumb had rested. The exposure is over, I whispered. I swung my arm and hurled the Leica into the canyon. I didn't hear it hit the bottom. There was no crash of metal on stone. Instead, there was a sound like a single, massive shutter closing. Click. The world went black. Not the black of night, but the black of an unexposed film. Total, absolute, a void without a single photon. I stood in the darkness, my heart hammering. I couldn't feel the ground. I couldn't feel the wind. I was back in the darkroom, the very first darkroom, the one at the center of the Miller estate where the world was born and died. Yes. It was Clara's voice. It wasn't coming from a speaker or a memory. It was right next to my ear. You broke the lens, she said. She sounded sad, but there was a thread of relief in her voice. You ruined the masterpiece. The masterpiece was a lie, Clara, I said. I reached out into the blackness. My hand met something cold and smooth. It felt like a wall, a leaden wall. It was the only way to stay, she whispered. The desert eats everything. It turns your memories to dust. The house was a way to keep the dust away. I'd rather be dust, I said. I pushed against the wall. It didn't move. I pushed harder, using all my weight, my shoulder digging into the cold, rotting velvet that I knew was hidden beneath the surface. You can't leave the frame, Elias, the archivist's voice boomed from the void. The print is fixed. The chemicals have set. You are part of the collection now. I'm not a picture, I screamed. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my thumb. The cut had reopened. I could feel the warmth of the blood trickling down my hand. I smeared it against the cold wall. I drew a line of red across the darkness. Where the blood touched the void, the blackness began to peel. It didn't shatter like glass. It tore like wet paper. A sliver of light broke through, not the amber light of the estate, but a harsh, flickering, fluorescent light. I grabbed the edges of the tier and pulled. The velvet groaned. The wires snapped with the sound of gunshots. I could hear the Miller estate screaming, a sound of a billion glass spheres grinding together, a house of cards collapsing in a hurricane. I stepped through the tier. I fell forward, my hands hitting a cold, linoleum floor. I gasped, drawing in air that tasted of bleach and floor wax. I looked up, blinking against the glare. I wasn't in the desert. I wasn't in the basement. I was in a hallway, but it wasn't the hallway of the Miller Motel. The walls were a pale, sickly yellow. There were no brass plates on the doors. There were just numbers printed on plastic cards. Room 214, room 215, room 216. I looked down at my hands. They were covered in real blood, bright and red. My thumb was throbbing. I looked back at the wall I had just come through. There was no tear. There was just a door, a heavy, fire-rated door with a small, wired glass window. I stood up, my legs shaking. I looked through the window in the door. On the other side was a stairwell. It looked normal. It looked boring. It looked like 1,000 other stairwells in 1,000 other hospitals or office buildings. I turned around and looked down the hallway. At the far end, sitting at a small desk, was a woman. She was wearing a white uniform. She was typing on a computer, the rhythmic clack-clack-clack of the keys the only sound in the corridor. She looked up. She didn't have needle fingers. She didn't have aperture eyes. She was just a woman, middle-aged and tired, with a name tag that read Martha. "Mr. Thorne," she said, her voice concerned, "what are you doing out of bed? And your hand, you've pulled your IV out again." I stared at her. "Where am I?" "You're at the St. Jude Memory Care Center, Elias," she said, rising from her desk. "You had a bit of a fall. You were talking about a motel again, about a camera." I looked down at my side. I wasn't wearing my dusty jacket. I was wearing a thin blue gown. My arm was bruised, a purple map of failed needle sticks. "The Mojave," I whispered. "The car, the window that blinked." Martha walked toward me, her expression softening. She reached out and took my bleeding hand in hers, her touch warm and solid. "There is no car, Elias. You haven't driven in 10 years. Your son brought you here after the incident at the gallery." I looked past her, toward the window at the end of the hallway. Outside it was raining, a gray, dismal rain that washed over a city of concrete and steel. There were no glass towers. There was no bridge of light. I felt a coldness settle in my chest. Was this the truth? Was the Miller estate just a fever dream of a dying mind, a way for a man losing his memory to build a fortress where nothing was ever forgotten? I looked at my thumb. The cut was real. The blood was real. "I had a camera," I said. "A Leica. It was on the seat." "We have your things in the locker, Elias." There was no camera, just some old developing trays and a stack of empty frames. She began to lead me back toward my room, room 217. As we passed room 212, I stopped. The door was slightly ajar. I looked inside. The room was dark, but a small television was on, the screen filled with static. Sitting in the chair by the bed was an old man. He was holding a small, black object in his hands, turning it over and over. It was a glass sphere. He looked up at me. His eyes were clouded with cataracts, but for a second they seemed to clear. He pressed a finger to his lips. The television screen flickered. For a fraction of a second, the static cleared. I saw a woman in a red lace dress walking across a bridge of light. She was laughing. She looked at the camera. She looked at me. And then the static returned. "Come on, Mr. Thorne," Martha said, gently pulling my arm. "Let's get you cleaned up. It's almost time for the lights to go out." I let her lead me away. I let her sit me down on the bed. I let her bandage my thumb. But as she reached for the light switch, I looked at the window of my room. The rain was streaking the glass, creating a distorted, liquid lens. The city lights outside were blurring into soft, indistinct circles of white. "Okay." Martha flipped the switch. The room plunged into darkness. I waited. I counted the beats of my heart. 1, 2, 3. Zump, zump. In the darkness, I didn't see the hospital room. I didn't see Martha. I saw a hallway with green carpet and brass plates on the doors. And at the very end of the hallway, a door was opening. Room 101's. A soft, welcoming click echoed in the silence. I closed my eyes. I didn't need to dream. I was already in the dream. And as the Miller estate began to rebuild itself around me, stone by stone, memory by memory, I realized that it didn't matter which world was real. The only thing that mattered was the image. And the image was never finished. The house blinked. I didn't. The darkness of the hospital room was not the absolute void of the canyon, nor was it the velvet-lined shadow of the attic. It was a chemical darkness, thick with the smell of antiseptic and the low-frequency hum of a building that never truly slept. I lay on the thin mattress, my bandaged thumb throbbing in time with the red LED of the smoke detector on the ceiling. Blank. The red light was a tiny, unblinking eye. It was recording me. It was waiting for me to develop. I reached out into the dark, my fingers grazing the cold metal of the bedrail. It felt like the frame of a film reel. Martha had said there was no camera. She had said I hadn't driven in 10 years, but my lungs still tasted of cold sage and gasoline, and my shoes, the ones they had taken from me, were still caked with the white salt of the Mojave. I knew this because I could feel the grit between my toes, even now, under the sterile sheets. The Miller estate was not a place. It was a contagion. It had used the Leica to leap from the silver nitrate into my marrow, and now it was using my own mind as the darkroom. I sat up. The room felt unstable, the floor tilting at an impossible angle. I swung my legs over the side of the bed. The linoleum was cold, but beneath the chill, I could feel the vibration of the motel's plumbing, the distant rush of water through pipes that carried more than just gray water. They carried the dissolved remains of everyone who had ever stayed in room 101. I walked to the door of my room. The hallway was bathed in that sickly yellow light, but as I stepped out, the shadows at the edges of my vision began to fray. The wallpaper didn't just peel, it curled back like burning film, revealing the lush, emerald green damask of the estate. Yes. The voice didn't come from Martha. It came from the air vents. It was a collective voice, a choir of 1,000 voices I had captured in the estate's lens. The exposure is incomplete, the voices whispered. You left the shutter open. I moved down the hall, my bare feet silent on the floor. I passed room 212. The door was wide open now. The old man was gone, but the television was still on. The static was gone, replaced by a high-definition image of the desert turnout where I had thrown the Leica. In the image, the camera was still falling. It had been falling for an eternity, suspended in the black throat of the canyon. And because it hadn't hit the bottom, the shutter hadn't truly closed. The world was still being taken. I reached the nurse's station. Martha was gone. Her desk was covered in a thick layer of dust, and the computer screen was flickering with the same ledger I had seen in the archivist's hands. My name was there, written in a script that seemed to bleed off the glass. Elias Thorne, occupancy, permanent, status, developing. I looked at the locker Martha had mentioned. It was a tall, gray metal cabinet. I didn't need a key. I just touched the handle, and the lock dissolved into a fine silver powder. Inside, there were no hospital clothes. There were no empty frames. There was a box of glass plates, each one etched with a face I recognized from the estate. And there, sitting on top of a stack of velvet-bound journals, was a small black box. It wasn't the Leica, it was something older. A bellows camera, its leather skin cracked and smelling of ozone. It had no lens, just a jagged hole where the glass should have been. "The window that blinked," I whispered. I realized then that the Leica had just been a vessel. This primitive, hungry thing was the source. It was the original eye of the Miller estate. It didn't capture light, it exhaled darkness. I picked it up. It was heavier than it looked, the weight of a lead coffin. I felt a sudden, violent urge to smash it against the floor, but my hands wouldn't obey. Instead, I tucked it under my arm and turned toward the end of the hallway. The fire door was gone. In its place was an elevator. The doors were made of polished brass, embossed with the image of an hourglass where the sand was made of tiny, screaming faces. The bell chimed, a sound like a silver hammer hitting a crystal bell. The doors slid open. Inside the elevator stood the archivist. He was wearing a tuxedo that looked like it had been woven from shadows. His face was a blurred long exposure, features shifting and sliding as if he couldn't decide which mask to wear. "Going down, Mr. Thorne?" he asked. His voice was the sound of 1,000 shutters clicking at once. "I'm going out," I said, stepping into the elevator. "Out is a relative term," the archivist said, pressing a button that had no number, only a symbol, a circle with a dot in the center. "The eye. You've seen the ward, you've seen the motel, you've seen the desert. Don't you realize yet? They are all just different rooms in the same house. You can change the floor, but you can't leave the building." The elevator didn't move, but the air around us began to thicken. The walls of the elevator became transparent, and I saw the hospital falling away, peeling off like a discarded skin. Beneath it was the skeleton of the Miller estate, a vast, impossible structure of gears, lenses, and drying racks that stretched into an infinite, starless sky. "Why me?" I asked, clutching the bellows camera to my chest. I was just a photographer. I wasn't special. "You were the only one who looked back," the archivist said, his blurred face settling into a terrifyingly familiar shape, my own. "Everyone else looks at the image. They look at the memory. But you looked at the mechanism. You looked at the blink. The estate doesn't need residents, Elias. It needs a technician. It needs someone to maintain the illusion of time." The elevator doors opened. We weren't in the lobby. We were standing on a pier that stretched out into a sea of liquid silver. The sky was the color of a bruised plum, and the moon was a giant, luminous lens, its iris slowly contracting. "This is the substrate," the archivist said, gesturing to the silver sea. "This is where the images go when they are forgotten. This is the raw material of the world." I looked down at the silver water. I saw fragments of my life floating there like icebergs. My wedding day, the birth of my son, the moment I first picked up a camera. They were all there, but they were distorted, the colors bleeding into the silver, the faces melting. "You think you escaped room 101, the archivist laughed. "But room 101 is the only place that's safe. Out here, there is no frame. There is only the wash." I looked at the bellows camera in my hands. The jagged hole where the lens had been began to glow with a pale, cold light. "I didn't break the lens to escape," I said, my voice growing stronger. I broke it so I could see what was behind the glass. I stepped off the pier. I didn't sink. The silver sea was thick, like cold mercury. It pushed back against my feet. I began to walk, the archivist's laughter fading behind me. I walked toward the moon lens. As I got closer, I saw that it wasn't a moon at all. It was a window, a massive circular window that looked out onto a world of color and noise. I saw a street in a city I didn't recognize. I saw people walking, their faces blurred by motion. I saw a child dropping an ice cream cone, the pink cream splattering on the gray pavement. I saw a dog barking at a pigeon. It was mundane. It was messy. It was beautiful because it was dying. I raised the bellows camera. I didn't have a lens, so I used my own eye. I pressed the jagged hole against my socket. The pain was sharp, 1,000 needles of light piercing my brain, but I didn't flinch. I saw the world through the gap. I saw the strings of the Miller estate, the invisible wires of silver nitrate that connected the moon lens to the silver sea. I saw how the estate was feeding on the world, siphoning off the moments of beauty and terror to keep its own heart beating. The exposure ends now, I said. I didn't take a photo. I didn't click the shutter. I reached into the bellows camera, my hand disappearing into the darkness of the box. I felt something cold and sharp inside, the shutter blade. It was made of obsidian, the same material as the Leica's skin. I pulled it out. The moment the blade left the camera, the silver sea began to boil. The moon lens cracked, a great jagged line of blackness splitting the sky. The archivist screamed, a sound of tearing paper that echoed across the substrate. You'll destroy everything. You'll be nothing but a blur, a smudge on the lens of history. I'd rather be a smudge than a statue, I shouted. I drove the obsidian blade into the silver sea at my feet. The world didn't explode, it dissolved. The silver sea turned to water, the purple sky turned to blue, the moon lens shattered into a million raindrops. I was falling again, not into a canyon, not into a hospital bed. I was falling into the light. I woke up on a park bench. The sun was warm on my face. I could hear the sound of children playing nearby and the distant hum of traffic. The air smelled of cut grass and car exhaust. I sat up, my head spinning. I was wearing my dusty jacket. My shoes were caked with white salt. I looked at my hand. My thumb was bandaged, the white gauze stained with a small, red circle of blood. I looked down at the bench. Sitting next to me was a camera. It wasn't the Leica. It wasn't the bellows camera. It was a cheap, plastic, disposable camera, the kind you buy at a gas station for $10. I picked it up. It felt light, flimsy, temporary. I looked at the counter on the top. 23. One frame left. I looked around the park. I saw an old woman feeding pigeons. I saw a young couple holding hands. I saw a tree whose leaves were just beginning to turn gold. I didn't feel the urge to capture them. I didn't want to hold them still. I just wanted to watch them move. I stood up and began to walk. I didn't have a destination. I just wanted to be part of the flow. As I walked past a trash can, I paused. I looked at the disposable camera in my hand. I thought about the wall of gone at the gas station. I thought about the blurred faces and the fading ink. I raised the camera to my eye. I didn't look for the perfect composition. I didn't wait for the lights. I pointed the camera at my own shadow on the pavement, a long, distorted shape that looked like it was trying to run away from me. Click. The shutter closed. The flash didn't fire. I dropped the camera into the trash can. I walked away, my shadow following me, tethered only by the sun. I didn't look back. I knew that somewhere, in a basement that didn't exist or a hospital that had been forgotten, a window was blinking. But for the first time in a very long time, I wasn't the one looking through it. I was the one on the other side. The road did not end, and the desert was far behind me. The sky was a clear, honest blue, and the world was full of things that were meant to be forgotten. I took a deep breath. It tasted of nothing but air. It was perfect. The park was a transition, a shallow breathing space between the nightmare of the estate and whatever reality remained of my life. I walked for hours, my legs moving with a rhythmic certainty that felt borrowed from someone else. The city around me was loud, vibrant, and abrasive in a way that made my teeth ache. Every sound was a sharp edge. The hiss of bus brakes, the rhythmic tapping of a blind man's cane, the screech of a hawk circling above a construction site. In the Miller estate, sound was a texture, a layer of dust or a fold of velvet. Here, it was a collision. I found myself standing in front of a shop window. It was a small, dusty storefront squeezed between a laundromat and a darkened deli. The sign above the door hung by a single rusted chain, Vogel's Repair and Restoration. Below it, in smaller gold leaf letters that were peeling like sunburnt skin, it said, specializing in the antique and the obscure. I didn't remember deciding to come here. I didn't remember this neighborhood. But as I looked at my reflection in the glass, I saw the man I had become. My face was a map of exhaustion, my eyes rimmed with the red of 1,000 sleepless miles. My jacket was a ruin, the pockets heavy with things I didn't want to touch. I reached into my right pocket. My fingers closed around something cold and hard. I pulled it out, expecting the obsidian blade or a shard of the moon lens. It was a roll of 35 film, unmarked, unexposed. No, the leader was tucked in. It had been shot. I pushed the door open. A bell chimed, a dull, brassy sound that had none of the silver malice of the estate's elevators. The air inside smelled of machine oil, ozone, and old paper. It was a good smell, a human smell. Behind the counter sat a man who looked like he had been built from spare parts. He was bald, with a fringe of white hair that stood up like static electricity, and he wore a jeweler's loop pushed up onto his forehead like a third eye. He didn't look up from the guts of a clock he was dissecting. "We don't do digital," he said, his voice a dry rasp. "We don't do phones. We don't do smart anything." "I have a roll of film," I said. My voice sounded strange to me, like a recording played at the wrong speed. The man, Vogel, looked up then. His one visible eye narrowed. He didn't look at my face, he looked at my hands. He looked at the bandage on my thumb, now gray with city grit. Then he looked at the roll of film. "Where did you get that?" he asked. "I found it," I lied. "In my pockets." Vogel reached out, his fingers trembling slightly. He took the roll, turning it over in his calloused palm. He brought it close to his face, sniffing it. He recoiled slightly, his expression shifting from professional curiosity to something that looked a lot like fear. "This is nitrate base," he whispered. "They haven't made film like this since the 40s. It's highly flammable. It's dangerous." "Can you develop it?" Vogel looked at the back of the shop, where a heavy black curtain obscured a doorway. Nitrate film doesn't just hold images, son. It holds heat. It holds the light of the moment it was taken, trapped in a chemical cage. If I put this in a soup, I might get a picture. Or I might get a fire that no water can put out. I need to know what's on it, I said. I think it's the end of the story. Vogel looked at me for a long beat. The jeweler's loop slipped down over his eye, magnifying it into a monstrous, searching orb. You're the one who went looking for the Miller place, aren't you? The boy with the Leica. I froze. How do you know that? People in our trade, we hear things. We hear about the cameras that come back without their owners. We hear about the lenses that start to see things that aren't there. There's a whole geography of the lost, Mr. Thorne. Most people stay on the highways. A few of you like the turnouts. He sighed, the sound like wind through a boneyard. He stepped back from the counter and beckoned me toward the black curtain. Come, if we're going to burn the world down, we might as well watch the show. The darkroom was a cramped, stifling space. The only light came from a dim red safe light that cast long, bloody shadows across the trays of chemicals. The air was thick with the scent of acetic acid, the sharp, vinegary smell of the developer. It reminded me of the attic. It reminded me of the way the world smelled when it was being unmade. Vogel moved with a practiced, haunting grace. He turned off the red light, plunging us into total darkness. I heard the snick of the film canister being pried open, the slither of the plastic ribbon as it was wound onto a developing reel. Stay still, Vogel whispered in the dark. The darkness in here isn't like the darkness outside. This is a womb. Don't speak. Don't think. Just breathe. I stood in the void, my heart hammering against my ribs. In the absence of sight, my other senses expanded. I could hear the liquid sloshing in the tanks, the rhythmic shuck-shuck of the agitation. I could feel the heat radiating from Vogel's body. And then I started to see things. Not with my eyes, with my mind. I saw the bridge of light again. I saw the woman in the red dress, but she wasn't laughing anymore. She was standing at the edge of the silver sea, looking down into the water. She was holding a child's hand. The child was me. It's not a fortress, Elias, she said, her voice echoing in the dark room. It's a mirror. The house only shows you what you're afraid to lose. I'm afraid of losing everything, I whispered. Then you've already lost, she replied. The darkness began to pulse. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my bandaged thumb. The red circle of blood was glowing, a tiny internal safe light. I looked down and saw my own bones through my skin, illuminated by the light of my own injury. Steady, Vogel's voice came through the gloom. The developer is working. The shadows are finding their places. The highlights are fighting to stay white. He turned on the red light. He was standing over a tray, his hands submerged in the clear liquid. He was rocking the tray gently back and forth. Look, he said. I leaned over the tray. At first, there was nothing but the white rectangle of the photographic paper. But then, slowly, ghostly shapes began to emerge from the void. It wasn't a picture of the desert. It wasn't the motel. It was a picture of a room, a simple, ordinary room. There was a bed with a rumpled quilt, a wooden chair, a window with the curtains pulled back. And in the window, there was a face. It was Martha, the nurse from the St. Jude Memory Care Center. She was looking out the window, her expression one of profound sadness. She was holding a small black object in her hand, a Leica. That's not right, I said, my voice trembling. That's the hospital. She said there was no camera. The camera is always there, Vogel said, his voice sounding distant, as if he were speaking from the bottom of a well. The camera is the observer. Without the observer, the world is just a chaotic jumble of light and matter. The camera gives it order. It gives it a beginning, a middle, and an end. He moved the paper to the stop bath, then the fixer. The image sharpened, the blacks becoming deep and velvety, the whites turning a brilliant, clinical silver. "Look at the clock on the wall," Vogel said, pointing a stained finger at the image. I looked. In the background of the hospital room. There was a circular wall clock. The hands were blurred, as if they were moving too fast to be captured. But the numbers weren't numbers. They were symbols. The same symbols I had seen on the elevator button in the estate. The eye, the hourglass, the lens. "What time is it?" I asked. "It's the time that never changes," Vogel said. "It's the moment of the blink." He pulled the print from the fixer and held it up. The water dripped from the paper, sounding like a ticking clock. "There's more," he said. "Look at the reflection in the window." I squinted at the image. In the glass of the hospital window, behind Martha's shoulder, there was a reflection of the person taking the picture. It wasn't me. It was the archivist. He was standing in the doorway of the room, the bellows camera raised to his face. He was smiling. "He was there," I whispered. "He was always there." "He is the one who develops the world, Elias," Vogel said. "He is the one who decides which memories are kept and which are washed away. You thought you were the photographer, but you were just the film." Suddenly, the print in Vogel's hand began to smoke. A small, orange spark appeared in the center of Martha's face. It spread rapidly, the paper curling and blackening as the nitrate base ignited. "Out!" Vogel yelled, pushing me toward the curtain. "It's going." We scrambled out of the darkroom as a brilliant white light erupted behind us. It wasn't a normal fire. It was a silent, intense combustion that smelled of ozone and ancient secrets. The black curtain vanished in a flash of silver flame. We stood in the shop, gasping for air. The fire didn't spread to the wooden shelves or the paper journals. It stayed confined to the space where the darkroom had been, a localized sun that was consuming the very air. I looked at Vogel. His face was bathed in the white light, and for a second he didn't look like a man at all. He looked like a collection of glass lenses, his skin shimmering with 1,000 reflections. "The image is gone," he said, his voice calm. "The evidence is destroyed." "But I saw it," I said. "I know the truth now. The estate. It isn't a place I went to. It's a place I'm being kept." Vogel nodded. "The memory care center, the motel, the desert, they are all layers of the same development process. You are being refined, Elias. They are washing away the noise, the clutter, the real life, until only the essential image remains." "And what is the essential image?" Vogel looked at the white fire, which was slowly fading into a dull gray ash. "The image of a man who refuses to blink, the man who stays in the room until the shutter closes." I backed away from him, toward the door. The bell chimed as I hit the handle. "Where are you going?" Vogel asked. "I'm going to find the camera," I said. "The real one, the one that's taking the picture of this moment." I stepped out onto the sidewalk. The city was still there, but it felt thinner now, like a poorly printed photograph. I could see the grain in the pavement. I could see the half-tone dots in the sky. I started to run. I didn't know where I was going, but my feet knew the way. They were following the white salt trail that only I could see. I ran past the laundromat, past the deli, past the park where I had sat on the bench. I ran until the buildings began to blur, their windows turning into elongated streaks of light. I reached a familiar intersection. There was a gas station on the corner, a weathered, lonely place with a sign that flickered in the twilight. Last chance gas. I walked into the station. The air was thick with the smell of stale coffee and old grease. The man behind the counter was the same one from before, the one with the eyes that didn't match. He didn't look up. He was busy pinning a new photograph to the wall of gone. I walked over to the wall. There were hundreds of photos now, a mosaic of the missing. I looked for my own face, but I couldn't find it. Instead, I found a photo of Martha. She was standing in front of the St. Jude Memory Care Center, holding a bouquet of withered roses. The photo was dated 10 years ago. Next to it was a photo of the old man from room 212. He was sitting in a car, a dusty, black sedan parked at a turnout in the Mojave. He was holding a Leica. I looked at the counter. The man was still pinning photos. He reached for a new one from a stack. I grabbed his wrist. His skin felt like cold plastic. "Where is it?" I hissed. He looked up at me, his mismatched eyes swirling with a dark, oily liquid. "Where is what, Mr. Thorne? We have snacks, we have maps, we have memories." "The camera, the one that's taking the picture right now." The man smiled, revealing teeth that were as white and even as piano keys. He pointed a finger at the ceiling. I looked up. There in the corner of the room was a security camera. It was a small, black dome, its red lead blinking like a steady, mechanical heart. Blink, blink, blink. I realized then that the security camera wasn't just watching the store. It was the lens of the world. It was the eye that never closed, the one that translated the chaos of life into the orderly silence of the estate. I climbed onto the counter, ignoring the man's protests. I reached for the camera, my fingers straining to touch the black plastic casing. "Don't do it, Elias," a voice said from the doorway. I froze. I turned my head. It was my son. He looked exactly as I remembered him, but older. His hair was thinning, and there were lines of worry around his eyes. He was wearing a suit that looked too expensive for this place. "Dad, please," he said, his voice breaking. "Come back to the room. The doctors say you're having another episode." "I'm not your father," I said, my voice cold. "Your father is a ghost. He's a series of frames in a projector that won't stop spinning." "Dad, look at me. It's David. We're at the gallery. You're having a breakdown. You started screaming about the windows. You started trying to tear the photos off the walls." I looked around. The gas station was flickering. For a second, I saw the white walls of an art gallery. I saw people in expensive clothes, holding glasses of wine, staring at me with a mixture of pity and horror. On the walls were my photographs, vast, haunting landscapes of the desert, of the motel, of the Bridge of Light. And then the gas station returned. "It's not real, David," I said, turning back to the security camera. "None of it is real. It's just an exposure, and I'm going to end it." I grabbed the camera and ripped it from the ceiling. The wires sparked, a shower of blue fire raining down on me. The world screamed. The gas station dissolved. The gallery dissolved. The park, the shop, the city, all of it began to fold in on itself, collapsing into a single blinding point of light. I was standing in the center of the void. There was no archivist, there was no Martha, there was no David. There was only a man and a camera. The camera was floating in the darkness. It was the Leica. It looked brand new, the chrome shining with a light that didn't come from any sun. I reached out and took it. It felt right in my hand. It felt like a part of my body. I looked through the viewfinder. I didn't see the desert. I didn't see the estate. I saw a window. It was a small, square window, set into a wall of rough-hewn stone. Outside the window, there was a garden full of flowers I didn't recognize, blooming in colors that don't exist in the world of men. In the garden, a woman was sitting on a stone bench. She was wearing a white dress. She was reading a book. As she looked up, she saw me. She didn't scream, she didn't run, she just smiled. "Is it finished, Elias?" she asked. I looked at the counter on the Leica. 36. The last frame. "It's finished," I said. I raised the camera. I focused the lens on the woman in the garden. I adjusted the aperture, letting in just enough light to capture the truth. I pressed the shutter. Click. The world didn't end. It didn't blink. It just stayed. I put the camera down. I walked toward the window. I climbed through the frame, leaving the darkness behind. The air in the garden was cool and sweet. I could hear the sound of a distant waterfall and the humming of bees. I walked over to the woman. She stood up and took my hand. Her touch was warm and solid. "Where are we?" I asked. "We're in the image, Elias," she said, "the one you finally got right." I looked back at the window. It was just a hole in a stone wall now. Beyond it, there was nothing but a vast, empty desert stretching out to the horizon. The Miller estate was gone. The archivist was gone. The hospital was gone. I looked at my hand. The bandage was gone. My thumb was healed, the skin smooth and unmarked. "What happens now?" I asked. The woman smiled and led me toward the waterfall. "Now, we wait for the next photographer." I looked up at the sky. There was no moon lens. There was no security camera. There was only the sun, shining down on a world that was no longer being recorded. I took a deep breath. I didn't taste sage. I didn't taste gasoline. I tasted life. And for the first time in an eternity, I didn't feel the need to take a picture. The garden was silent, yet it hummed with a frequency that felt like the opposite of the darkroom's static. Here, the colors didn't just sit on the surface of things. They seemed to bleed from the center of the petals, from the deep veins of the leaves, as if the world were being lit from the inside out. The woman in the white dress, I realized now she wasn't the woman in red, nor was she Martha, nor any ghost of my fragmented past, simply was. She was the anchor. "You speak as if I've arrived," I said, my voice no longer a rasp or a recording, but a solid thing that displaced the air. "But I feel like I've only just stopped moving." "That is the same thing, Elias," she replied. She began to walk along a path of crushed quartz that sparkled like fallen stars. Most people spend their lives trying to capture the world so they can prove they were in it. You spent yours trying to capture it so you could find a way out of it. I looked down at the Leica still clutched in my hand. It felt heavier now, burdened by the 36 shadows it held within its belly. The archivist told me I was the film. Vogel told me I was the developer. My son told me I was a madman in a gallery. Which one was the lie? She stopped by a pond where the water was so still it acted as a perfect black mirror. All of them, and none of them. Truth isn't a fixed image, Elias. It's the exposure. It's the moment the light hits the silver. You weren't the film and you weren't the photographer. You were the shutter, the thin piece of metal that decides when the world begins and when it ends. I looked into the pond. I expected to see my own face, the lined, weary face of the man who had wandered the Mojave and the halls of St. Jude S. But the reflection was blurred, a smear of light and shadow that refused to resolve. I can't see myself, I whispered. Because you're still looking for a portrait, she said. Look deeper. I leaned over the water. The blur shifted. I saw the gas station. I saw the man with mismatched eyes. He was closing the shop, turning the open sign to closed. He looked tired. He looked real. Then the image shifted again. I saw a hospital room. It was empty. The bed was made, the sheets pulled tight with hospital corners. A janitor was mopping the floor, his movements rhythmic and peaceful. There was no lake on the nightstand. There was only a vase of fading lilies. Is he dead? I asked, thinking of the Elias Thorne who lived in that room. He finished his role, she said softly. The story doesn't end when the book is closed, Elias. It ends when the reader puts it down and walks away. You've walked away. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of grief, not for the life I had lost, but for the clarity of the struggle. In the estate, in the desert, there was always a goal, a mystery to solve, a roll of film to develop. Here in the garden, there was only the sun and the silence. It was terrifying. What do I do with this? I held out the camera. The last frame is taken. The roll is full. Then you must do the hardest thing a photographer can do, she said, her eyes turning toward the stone wall and the window I had climbed through. You must let the light in. She reached out and touched the back of the camera. My fingers moved instinctively. I pressed the small release button on the bottom. I flipped the rewind crank. I felt the tension of the film as it was pulled back into the canister, the internal clicking sounding like a heart slowing down. Zip, 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 and then the hollow pop as the leader slipped off the take-up spool. I opened the back of the camera. In the world of the estate, this would have been a sin. Opening the back of a camera with a full roll of film was an act of destruction. It was the murder of memories. I expected the film to curl and smoke, to ignite like the nitrate in Vogel's shop. But as the sunlight hit the brownish-black ribbon of the film, it didn't burn. It turned transparent. The images, the desert, the bridge, the archivist, the crying child, the hospital, flowed off the plastic like water. They didn't vanish, they merged with the garden. The air shimmered with 1,000 ghosts. I saw the Miller house flicker among the trees, no longer a fortress of dread, but a simple pile of boards and glass. I saw the red dress of the woman on the bridge catch in the breeze of the waterfall. I was pouring the world back into itself. It was never about keeping the pictures, I realized. My hands were shaking, but not with fear. It was about releasing the light. The woman smiled and began to fade. She didn't disappear so much as become part of the background, her white dress turning into the spray of the waterfall, her voice becoming the rustle of the leaves. The window doesn't blink because it's watching you, Elias. It blinks because it's a heartbeat, and you just taught it how to breathe. I stood alone in the garden. The Leica was empty now, a hollow shell of chrome and leather. I set it down on the stone bench. It looked like an artifact from a lost civilization, something beautiful and useless. I walked toward the edge of the garden, where the quartz path ended and the grass gave way to a forest of silver-barked trees. I didn't look back at the window. I knew that if I did, I would only see a stone wall. As I walked, the world began to change again, not into a gallery and not into a hospital. The colors remained, but the perfection of the garden began to soften. The grass grew uneven. I saw a weed pushing through the quartz. I heard the distant, mundane sound of a car engine, not a ghostly sedan in the desert, but a real car with a muffler that needed replacing, driving down a real road. I smelled rain on hot asphalt. I smelled cut grass and wood smoke. I came to a gate. It was a simple iron gate, rusted at the hinges. Beyond it was a sidewalk, a normal, cracked city sidewalk. There were no half-tone dots. There was no grain. There was just the grit of a Tuesday afternoon. I pushed the gate open. It creaked, a loud, ugly, wonderful sound. I stepped out onto the street. A woman was walking a dog. She didn't look like a nurse or a specter. She looked like a woman who was late for an appointment. She glanced at me, gave a small, polite nod, and kept walking. I looked at my reflection in a shop window. I was old, my hair was white, and my coat was dusty. But my eyes were clear. They weren't lenses. They weren't shutters. They were just eyes. I reached into my pocket and found a single coin, a quarter. I walked to a nearby payphone, a relic of a passing age, clinging to the side of a brick building. I picked up the receiver. The dial tone was the most beautiful music I had ever heard. It was the sound of a connection waiting to be made. I dialed a number I hadn't thought of in years, a number that didn't belong to the estate or the gallery. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. "Hello," a voice answered. It was a woman's voice, cautious but kind. "Martha," I said. There was a long silence on the other end. I could hear her breathing. It wasn't the rhythmic breathing of a nurse on a ward. It was the jagged, uncertain breath of someone who had been waiting for a ghost to speak. "Elias," she whispered. "Is that, where are you? The hospital called. They said you wandered out of the courtyard 3 hours ago. They have the police out looking for you." I looked up at the sky. The sun was beginning to set, painting the clouds in bruises of purple and gold. It was a beautiful light, a perfect exposure. "I'm at the corner of 5th and Main," I said. I think I'm done with the desert, Martha. I've seen enough." "Stay there," she said, her voice cracking. "Don't move. I'm coming to get you. Elias, do you have your camera? The doctors said you were agitated because you couldn't find your film." I looked down at my empty hands. I felt the weight of the air, the warmth of the sun, and the solid reality of the pavement beneath my feet. "No," I said, and a smile spread across my face, a real smile, one that reached my eyes and stayed there. "I don't need a camera anymore. I'm finally seeing the world with the lens cap off." I hung up the phone and sat down on the curb. I watched the shadows lengthen. I watched the people pass by. I watched a pigeon land on a trash can. I didn't try to frame it. I didn't try to capture it. I just watched. And when the sun finally dipped below the horizon and the streetlights flickered to life with a buzzing hum, I didn't flinch. The world didn't vanish into a white flash. The darkness was just darkness, cool, quiet, and full of the promise of tomorrow. The window had stopped blinking. The eye was closed, and for the first time in my life, I was perfectly happy to be in the dark. I sat on that curb for what felt like an hour, or perhaps it was only a minute. Time had lost its mechanical, ticking quality. It no longer felt like a countdown toward the end of a roll. The pavement was hard and cold against my haunches, a physical discomfort that I welcomed with a near-religious fervor. It was a reminder that I occupied space, that I possessed mass, that I was not merely a ghost haunting the silver-halide dreams of a madman. When the headlights finally rounded the corner, they didn't look like the predatory eyes of the estate's black sedans. They were warm, yellow, and slightly misaligned. A modest blue station wagon pulled to the curb, its engine idling with a familiar rhythmic knock. The door opened and Martha stepped out. She wasn't the vibrant woman from the photo at the gas station, nor was she the withered specter I had imagined in the memory care center. She was 70 years old, her hair a soft cloud of silver, wearing a quilted jacket that smelled faintly of lavender and old upholstery. She looked at me, and for a heartbeat, I saw the terror in her eyes, the fear that she would find a shell, a man whose mind had finally been swallowed by the desert he so loved to photograph. "Lilias," she breathed. I stood up, my joints creaking. I didn't reach for a camera, I reached for her. When we embraced, she was solid. She didn't dissolve into grain, she didn't flicker. She was warm and she was crying. I pressed my face into her shoulder, closing my eyes. I didn't need to see the world to know it was there. I could feel it in the pulse of her neck against my cheek. "Lime's here," I whispered. "I'm back." "The doctors," she sobbed into my coat. "They said the dementia. They said the fugue states were getting longer. They said you were lost in the images, Elias. They said you didn't know the difference between the paper and the person anymore." "They were right," I said, pulling back to look at her. But the roll ended. I saw the last frame, Martha. There's nothing left to develop. She led me to the car, her hand gripping mine as if I might evaporate if she let go. As she drove, I watched the city through the passenger window. It was mundane. It was magnificent. I saw a neon sign for a dry cleaner, a teenager on a skateboard, a stray dog sniffing a fire hydrant. None of it was a metaphor. None of it was a clue left by the archivist. It was just life, unfolding in its messy, uncurated glory. "Where are we going?" I asked. "Home," she said. "I'm taking you home. I don't care what the administrators say. If you're lucid, you're staying with me. We'll find a way." Home was a small house on a tree-lined street that I only half remembered. It felt like a set from a movie I had seen a long time ago, but as I walked through the front door, the smells began to trigger the dormant circuits of my brain. Roast chicken, lemon polish, the faint, sharp tang of acetic acid lingering in the basement, the ghost of a darkroom long since dismantled. Martha made me tea. I sat at the kitchen table, watching the steam rise in a delicate, swirling dance. "You look different," she said, sitting across from me. "Your eyes, they aren't searching anymore." "I found what I was looking for," I said. Or rather, I stopped looking for it. I was trying to find the perfect window, Martha, the one that wouldn't blink, the one that would show me the truth without the distortion of the lens. "And did you find it?" "I found out that the window isn't something you look through," I said. "It's something you live inside. The moment you try to capture it, you kill it. You turn it into a memory, and memories are just ghosts that we pay to haunt us." She reached across the table and covered my hand with hers. "You've been gone a long time, Elias. Even when you were sitting right next to me, you were in that desert. You were always waiting for the light to change." "I'm not waiting anymore," I promised. That night I slept in a bed with cotton sheets that felt like silk. There were no fluorescent lights humming in the ceiling, no distant screams of patience, no clicking of a projector. There was only the sound of the wind in the eaves and Martha's steady breathing beside me. But the estate was not so easily escaped. In the middle of the night, I woke. The room was bathed in the pale, blue glow of a full moon. For a terrifying second, I thought I was back in the Mojave, standing outside the motel with the blinking sign. I looked at the window of our bedroom. It was a square of light against the dark wall. I sat up, my heart hammering. I waited for the blink. I waited for the shutter sound of the universe, for the moment the world would freeze and reset. A shadow moved across the window. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. I watched the glass, expecting to see the mismatched eyes of the gas station attendant or the tall, blurred silhouette of the archivist. It was just a branch, a maple tree in the yard, swaying in the night breeze. I let out a long, shuddering breath. I got out of bed, moving quietly so as not to wake Martha, and walked to the window. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass. Below, in the silver-lit yard, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, sitting on the garden bench, was a camera. It wasn't the Leica. It was a large wooden bellows camera, the kind used by pioneers and mountain explorers a century ago. It sat on a heavy tripod, its lens pointed directly up at my window. Behind it, draped in a heavy black velvet hood, was a figure. I didn't scream, I didn't run, I simply watched. The figure emerged from beneath the velvet. It wasn't the archivist. It was a young man, perhaps 20 years old. He looked remarkably like I did in the old photographs Martha kept on the mantel, the same shock of dark hair, the same intense, narrow focus. He looked up at the window. He saw me. He didn't wave. He didn't acknowledge me as a person. To him, I was merely a subject. I was a shape in a frame, a point of interest in a composition. He reached for the shutter cable. Click. The flash didn't come from the camera. It came from the world itself. For a microsecond, the yard, the trees, and the young man were illuminated in a harsh, flat light that stripped away all depth. I blinked. When I opened my eyes, the yard was empty. The camera was gone. The young man was gone. There was only the maple tree and the moon. I stayed at the window for a long time, waiting to see if he would return. I realized then that the estate wasn't a place you could leave, not entirely. It was a cycle. I had handed over my Leica, I had emptied my roll, but the process continued. There would always be a photographer. There would always be someone standing in the dark, trying to catch the world in a box. I looked at my hands. They were steady. I realized I wasn't afraid of the young man. I felt a profound, aching pity for him. He was at the beginning of his 36 exposures. He was still convinced that if he just got the settings right, if he just waited for the perfect moment, he could hold onto the world forever. He didn't know yet that every picture he took was a piece of himself he was giving away, a fragment of his own reality traded for a scrap of paper. I went back to bed and pulled the blankets up to my chin. Elia's, Martha murmured, half asleep. Is everything okay? Yes, I said, closing my eyes. Just a trick of the light. The following weeks were a slow re-entry into the atmosphere of the living. I learned the names of the neighbors again. I learned how to drive a car without looking for salt trails. I learned how to eat a meal without wondering if it was a prop. Martha took me to the park, the real park with the real pond. We sat on a bench, and for the first time in decades, I didn't have a camera bag slung over my shoulder. My collarbone felt strangely light, as if a physical weight had been lifted. Do you miss it? She asked, watching a group of children feed the ducks. The photography, I shook my head. No, I miss the way I used to feel about it, the belief that it mattered, but the act itself, it's like breathing through a straw. You get enough to survive, but you never really taste the air. As we sat there, a man walked by. He was middle-aged, wearing a vest with a dozen pockets. Around his neck hung a sleek digital camera with a massive zoom lens. He stopped near the water, crouching down to get an angle on a swan. He looked through the viewfinder, his face contorted in a grimace of concentration. He was so focused on the image on his screen that he didn't notice the way the light was hitting the ripples in the water behind him, or the way the wind was making the willow trees weep. He took a dozen shots in rapid succession. Chirp, 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 chirp. He looked at the back of the camera, frowned, deleted them, and moved on. "He's missing it," I whispered. "Missing what?" Martha asked. "The swan," I said. "He's looking at a ghost of a swan while the real one is right in front of him." I felt a sudden urge to go to him, to grab him by the shoulders and tell him to put the camera down. I wanted to tell him about the estate, about the archivist, about the way the world blinks when you try to trap it. I wanted to tell him that every digital file was just another brick in a wall that would eventually shut him out of his own life. But I stayed on the bench. He wouldn't have understood. He was still in the development phase. That evening, I went down to the basement. Martha had kept everything. My old enlarger sat under a plastic sheet, looking like a skeletal bird of prey. The trays were stacked in the corner, stained with the brown residue of chemicals. On the shelves were hundreds of yellow Kodak boxes, the archives of a lifetime. I pulled one at random, Mojave, 1978. I opened it. Inside were contact sheets and negatives. I held a strip of film up to the single light bulb hanging from the ceiling. I saw the desert. I saw the motel. I saw the long, straight road that led to nowhere. In the tiny, inverted frames, the world looked safe. It looked manageable. The shadows were deep and black, the highlights crisp and white. It was a beautiful lie. I looked at the next frame. It was a portrait of Martha. She was standing by the car, laughing, her hair caught in the wind. In the negative, her skin was dark and her hair was white, a ghostly inversion of the woman I loved. I remembered that day. I remembered the heat of the sun and the smell of the sagebrush. But more than that, I remembered the feeling of the camera in my hand. I remembered the way I had stepped back from her, distanced myself, searching for the composition instead of reaching out to touch her. I had been a ghost even then. I took the strip of film and, with a steady hand, I began to tear it. It was harder than I expected. The acetate was tough, resistant, but I twisted and pulled until it snapped. I tore it into tiny, jagged pieces. I did the same with the contact sheet. I moved to the next box, New York, 1982. Tear, snap, shred. I worked for hours. I didn't feel like a destroyer. I felt like a gardener weeding a long-neglected patch of earth. With every box I emptied, the basement felt larger. The air felt cleaner. By the time I reached the last box, my fingers were sore, and the floor was covered in a drift of black and gray plastic. The last box had no label. I opened it. There was only one thing inside, a single photograph, matted and mounted. It was a picture of a window. It was the window from the garden, the small square opening in the stone wall. Through it, I could see the desert, the vast, empty Mojave, stretching out to a horizon that didn't exist. I stared at it. The image didn't look like a photograph. It looked like a hole in the paper. I felt a familiar coldness creeping up my spine. The edges of the frame began to vibrate. The room grew silent, the hum of the house fading away into that terrible, pressurized static of the estate. I looked at the bottom of the mat. There was a signature written in a cramped, precise hand. Elia's thorn, the last frame. I realized then that I hadn't left the garden, or rather, the garden hadn't left me. The image I had taken, the one that had ended the role, wasn't just a memory, it was a tether. I looked back at the photo. In the distance, on the salt flats of the desert, I saw a tiny figure. It was a man. He was carrying a camera bag. He was walking toward the window. He was walking toward me. I picked up the photograph. My hands were shaking now. I wanted to tear it, to shred it like the others, but I couldn't. The paper felt like stone. It was cold, unnervingly cold. Really is. Martha's voice came from the top of the stairs. The static broke. The basement returned. The smell of dust and old chemicals rushed back in. I'm here, I called out, my voice sounding thin and brittle. What are you doing down there? It's late. Just cleaning up, I said. I looked at the photograph one last time. The man in the desert had moved closer. He was no longer a speck. I could see the shape of his coat, the way he tilted his head to the side. He was looking for a shot. He was looking for me. I didn't destroy the photo. I couldn't. I walked over to the old furnace in the corner of the basement. I opened the heavy iron door. Inside, a small pilot light flickered, a tiny blue heart. I fed the photograph into the dark maw of the furnace. The paper didn't catch fire immediately. It curled, the image of the window warping and melting. The man in the desert seemed to scream as the heat took him, his tiny paper form blackening and turning to ash. Then the flame took hold. A bright orange flare filled the basement, casting long, dancing shadows against the walls. The smell was horrific, the scent of burning chemicals, of scorched plastic, of 100 captured moments turning into smoke. I watched until there was nothing left but a pile of gray flakes. I closed the furnace door and turned off the light. As I walked up the stairs, I felt a strange sensation. It was a feeling of lightness, but also of profound emptiness. I had cleared the archives. I had burned the tether. I was a man without a record. I reached the top of the stairs and stepped into the kitchen. Martha was waiting for me. She looked at my soot-stained hands and the weary expression on my face. "Is it done?" she asked softly. "It's done," I said. We went to bed. I lay in the dark, listening to the world. I didn't look at the window. I didn't look for the young man with the bellows camera. I knew he was still out there somewhere, but he wasn't my problem anymore. He was just another frame in a different movie. I drifted off to sleep, feeling the weight of Martha's hand on mine. I dreamed of the desert. But in the dream, I wasn't the photographer. I wasn't the archivist. I wasn't even Elia's thorn. I was the light. I was the golden hour stretching across the dunes. I was the harsh, midday glare that washed out the colors. I was the long, blue shadows of the evening. I was moving across the landscape, touching everything, holding nothing. I saw the motel, the gas station, the bridge of light. I saw them all, and I passed over them, leaving them exactly as they were. And then I saw a window. It was a small, square window in a stone wall. Inside, a man and a woman were sleeping. They looked peaceful. They looked real. I didn't blink. I didn't take a picture. I just shone. The morning that followed the burning of the archives was the quietest I had ever known. It was not the silence of the void, nor the heavy, expectant silence of the estate where one waited for the click of a shutter. This was a domestic silence, filled with the hum of the refrigerator and the distant whistle of a neighbor's tea kettle. I sat at the breakfast table and watched Martha slice a grapefruit. She used a serrated spoon, the metal scraping against the rind with a grit that felt intensely, wonderfully tactile. "You're staring again," she said, though she was smiling. "I'm practicing," I replied. "Practicing what?" "Buying here, just buying here." She set the plate in front of me. "The doctor called, Dr. Aris. He wants to know if you're coming in for your evaluation." He sounded confused, Elias. He said the reports from the center indicated you were in a catatonic state 48 hours ago. I took a bite of the grapefruit. The tartness exploded against my tongue, making my eyes water. It was sharp, real, and unedited. Tell him I'm cured, or tell him I'm dead. It doesn't really matter which one he believes, as long as he doesn't expect me to sit in that room anymore. "He thinks it's a lucid interval," she whispered, her voice tightening. "He thinks the desert, the fugue, will come back for you." I looked at the sunlight reflecting off the toaster. It was a bright, distorted rectangle. In the old days, I would have reached for a light meter. I would have worried about the blown-out highlights. Now, I just let the light hit my eyes until I had to look away. "It can't come back for me, Martha." I burned the map. But as the days turned into a week, I realized that while I had destroyed the physical evidence of my obsession, the world itself began to behave strangely. It wasn't the overt surrealism of the Mojave. It was subtler. I would be walking down the hallway and notice that the shadows cast by the banister were a fraction of a second slow in following my movement. I would look at a bowl of fruit on the sideboard and see the colors desaturate for a heartbeat, turning into the muted, sepia tones of an old daguerreotype before snapping back to vibrant life. The world was trying to re-render itself around me, but the engine was stuttering. I didn't tell Martha. I didn't want to see that flicker of terror return to her eyes. Instead, I stayed busy. I painted the spare bedroom. I mowed the lawn. I avoided the basement. I tried to live a life that was so mundane it would be impossible to photograph. I became a man of chores and routine. One afternoon, while I was raking leaves in the backyard, a car pulled up to the curb. It wasn't the station wagon. It was a black sedan, polished to a mirror finish. The driver didn't get out. He just sat there, the engine idling with a whisper-quiet purr that sounded like a cat's growl. I stopped raking. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. The passenger window rolled down. A hand emerged, a hand encased in a pristine white glove. It held a small, yellow envelope. The hand didn't wave, it simply waited. I walked toward the car, the dry leaves crunching under my boots like breaking glass. As I reached the curb, the air grew cold. The smell of the neighborhood, the cut grass, the wood smoke, vanished, replaced by the sterile, metallic scent of a dark room. The man in the car didn't look at me. He wore a dark suit and a chauffeur's cap, his face a smooth, featureless mask of professional indifference. He dropped the envelope onto the pavement and rolled up the window. The car pulled away without a sound, leaving no tire marks on the asphalt. I picked up the envelope. My name was written on the front in that same cramped, precise hand I had seen on the mat of the window photograph. Elias Thorne. I took it to the garage, away from Martha's sight. My hands were trembling as I tore it open. Inside was a single contact sheet. It wasn't from my archives. The images were fresh. They were shots of me, taken over the last 3 days. The first frame showed me at the breakfast table, the grapefruit spoon halfway to my mouth. The second frame showed me painting the spare room, my back to the camera. The third frame showed me sleeping, my face pressed into the pillow, Martha's hand resting on my shoulder. I felt a wave of nausea. I hadn't seen anyone. I hadn't heard a shutter, but the images were there, perfectly composed, perfectly lit. They were the work of a master. In the center of the contact sheet, there was a frame that stood out. It wasn't a picture of me. It was a picture of the basement furnace. The door was open, and inside, the embers of my burned photographs were glowing with an unnatural violet light. In the smoke rising from the ash, a face was beginning to form. It was the archivist. He wasn't dead. He wasn't even angry. He looked expectant. I turned the contact sheet over. On the back, there was a single sentence. The roll never ends, Elias. We just changed developers. I leaned against the workbench, the cold concrete floor feeling like it was tilting beneath my feet. I realized then that my escape had been permitted. The estate hadn't lost me. It had simply expanded its borders. By returning home, by trying to live a real life, I had merely provided a new set of backgrounds. I was no longer the photographer in the desert. I was the subject in the suburbs. I looked at the contact sheet again. In the final frame, I saw myself standing in the garage, holding a yellow envelope. I looked up at the rafters of the garage. There was nothing there but dust and cobwebs. I looked at the small, high window. Nothing, but I knew. Somewhere at an angle I couldn't perceive, a lens was open. The world was being recorded, frame by frame, second by second. The realization brought a strange, cold clarity. If I couldn't stop the recording, I had to change the script. I walked back into the house. Martha was in the kitchen, humming a tune I didn't recognize. She looked up and saw the envelope in my hand. "What's that, Elias?" "A bill," I said, my voice steady. "Just a lingering debt from the center." "Do we have the money?" "No," I said, walking to the stove, "but I don't think they take currency." I turned on the burner and held the contact sheet over the blue flame. I watched as the images of my life, my breakfast, my sleep, my chores curled into black ash. I didn't feel the same relief I had felt in the basement. I felt a grim, weary determination. "Martha," I said, "we're going for a drive." "Now it's nearly dinner time." "Now bring a coat. Bring the old wool blanket from the trunk." She sensed the change in me. The lucid interval was over, or perhaps it had finally deepened into something more permanent. She didn't argue. She put on her quilted jacket, and we walked out to the station wagon. As we backed out of the driveway, I saw the black sedan parked at the end of the block. It didn't follow us immediately. It waited until we had turned the corner, a silent predator keeping its distance. "Where are we going?" Martha asked, her hand gripping the door handle. "To find the edge of the frame," I said. I drove toward the outskirts of the city, toward the place where the suburbs began to crumble into the industrial fringe. I didn't look in the rearview mirror, but I knew the sedan was there. I could feel the pressure of its gaze, the way it flattened the world behind us into a two-dimensional backdrop. The city lights fell away. The sky opened up, a vast, bruised purple. We reached the old quarry, a jagged scar in the earth that had been abandoned decades ago. I pulled the car to a halt at the very edge of the pit, the front tires inches from the drop-off. I killed the engine. The silence rushed in, cold and absolute. "Elias," Martha whispered, "you're scaring me." "Look at the moon, Martha. Just look at the moon. Don't look at me." Don't look at the car, just look at the lights. I got out of the car. The black sedan pulled up 20 yards behind us. The headlights cut through the dark, two piercing white eyes. The driver's door opened, and the man in the dark suit stepped out. He wasn't carrying a camera. He was carrying a tripod. He began to set it up with practiced, rhythmic movements. Clack, snap, slide. I walked toward him. The air between us felt thick, like walking through gelatin. The closer I got, the more the world began to flicker. The quarry walls turned into cardboard cutouts. The stars became pinpricks in a black velvet curtain. "Who are you?" I demanded. The man didn't look up. He was busy leveling the tripod. "I'm the assistant," he said. His voice didn't sound like a human voice. It sounded like the playback of a recording, slightly distorted, with the hiss of tape in the background. "Where is the archivist?" "He's in the darkroom," the assistant said. "He's very pleased with the new material. The domestic series is testing very well. The juxtaposition of the aging artist and the loyal wife, it has a certain tragic resonance." "I'm not an artist anymore," I spat. "And I'm not a subject, I'm a man." The assistant finally looked up. His eyes weren't eyes at all. They were small, circular lenses, the glass shimmering with a multi-coated sheen. "A man is just a series of events that haven't been edited yet, Elias. You should know that. You spent your whole life trying to stop time. Now that we've done it for you, you want to move again. It's ungrateful." "I want to die," I said, the words surprising even me. "I want to end. I want to be something that can't be retrieved from a box." The assistant laughed, a short, mechanical sound. "Death is just the ultimate still, Elias. We have an entire wing dedicated to the end. It's quite beautiful, high contrast, very dramatic." He reached into his suit jacket and pulled out a light meter. He held it toward me, the needle jumping as it caught the glare of the sedan's headlights. "You're overexposed," he murmured. "We need to stop you down." He reached for the camera that sat atop the tripod, a sleek, silver instrument that seemed to absorb the light around it. I didn't plan, I lunged. I wasn't attacking the man, I was attacking the machine. I threw my weight against the tripod, my hands grasping for the cold metal of the camera. The assistant tried to push me back, his strength surprising, his skin feeling like cold, cured leather. We struggled at the edge of the quarry. The world began to strobe. Black, white, black, white. I felt the tripod give way. The camera tumbled from its mount, falling toward the jagged rocks below. The assistant let out a sound, a high-pitched, electronic shriek. He dived after it, his body blurring into a streak of gray motion. There was no sound of impact, no crash of breaking glass. I stood at the edge, gasping for air. Martha was standing by the station wagon, her face illuminated by the moon. "Elias," she screamed. I looked down into the quarry. There was no man, there was no camera. There was only a vast, empty space filled with a swirling, iridescent mist. But the black sedan was still there, and the headlights were still on. I walked back to the car. I didn't feel victorious. I felt exhausted. I reached into the sedan and turned off the ignition. The lights died. The world returned to its natural, shadowy state. I looked inside the sedan. The seats were empty. There was no steering wheel. There were no pedals. The dashboard was a single, flat screen, currently displaying a frozen image of me standing at the edge of the quarry, my hands outstretched. I found a heavy rock on the ground and smashed the screen. It shattered into 1,000 shards of liquid crystal. the image of me bleeding away into a black puddle. I went back to Martha. I took her in my arms and she was shaking. "It's okay," I whispered. "It's over." "Is it?" she asked, her voice muffled by my coat. "Elias, I saw him. I saw the man. He didn't have a face." "He was just a ghost, Martha. A ghost of a memory I should have let go of a long time ago." I drove us home in the station wagon. The engine's rhythmic knock felt like a heartbeat, imperfect, prone to failure, but alive. I didn't look for the sedan in the rearview mirror. I didn't look at the shadows. When we got back to the house, I did something I hadn't done since I was a child. I went around to every room and pulled the curtains shut. I covered the mirrors with towels. I turned off the lights. We sat in the living room in the dark, the only light coming from the embers in the fireplace. "We can't live like this," Martha said after a long time. "In the dark, hiding." "We aren't hiding," I said. "We're just refusing to be seen." I realized then that the window that blinked wasn't a physical place. It wasn't the motel or the gas station or even the garden. It was the act of observation itself. The moment you looked at the world with the intent to capture it, you created the window. You created the blink. The only way to stay in the world was to let it wash over you without trying to hold onto a single drop. I reached out and took Martha's hand. In the darkness, I couldn't see the lines on her face. I couldn't see the silver in her hair. I could only feel the warmth of her skin, the pulse of her blood, the slight tremor in her fingers. She was a process, not a portrait. "I'm going to get rid of the house," I said. "What, Elias, this is our home." "No," I said, "it's a gallery. Everything in it is a reminder of who we were. We need to go somewhere where nobody knows my name, somewhere where there are no archives." "Where?" "I don't know," I said, and for the first time in years, the words felt like a promise rather than a confession. Somewhere unscripted. We left the next morning. We didn't pack much, just clothes and a few books. I left the keys in the mailbox. I didn't look back at the house as we drove away. I didn't want to see it framed in the rear window. We drove north, away from the desert, away from the city. We drove until the trees grew thick and the air grew damp with the scent of pine and salt. We found a small town on the coast of Oregon, a place where the fog rolled in every afternoon, blurring the edges of the world until everything was a soft, gray smudge. We rented a cottage that smelled of damp wood and sea salt. There was no basement. There were no mirrors. For the first few months, I was twitchy. I would catch myself framing the coastline with my fingers or waiting for the light to hit the waves just right. I would see a face in the market, a weathered fisherman or a laughing child, and feel the phantom weight of the leka against my chest. But I didn't give in. I would close my eyes and wait for the urge to pass. I would focus on the sound of the gulls, the taste of the salt on my lips, the feeling of the wind. I began to work with my hands. I helped the local fishermen mend their nets. It was repetitive, tactile work. My fingers, once so delicate with the dials of a camera, became calloused and scarred. I liked the feeling of the twine, the way it bit into my skin. It was a connection to the world that required no distance. Martha began to garden, real gardening in the earth with dirt under her fingernails. She grew tomatoes that were lumpy and scarred but tasted of the sun. She grew roses that wilted and died, and she didn't try to press them in a book. She just let them fall. We were becoming unarchivable. We were becoming the things that the estate couldn't use, the messy, the decaying, the uncomposed. One evening, about a year after we arrived, I was sitting on the porch, watching the tide come in. The fog was thick, turning the ocean into a vast gray void. A figure emerged from the mist. He was walking along the shoreline, his head down. He was wearing a heavy coat and a brimmed hat. Around his neck hung a camera. I felt a cold shiver, but I didn't move. I watched him. He stopped a few yards from our porch. He didn't look at me. He looked at the waves. He raised the camera, a modern digital thing, and took a few shots. Click, click. He looked at the screen on the back, then looked up at the fog. He looked frustrated. The light was wrong. The subject was too vague. There was nothing to hold on to. He turned and saw me sitting there. "Rough night for photos," he called out, his voice thin against the sound of the surf. "It's a perfect night," I said. He walked closer, his boots sinking into the wet sand. I was hoping for a sunset, that dramatic light through the mist, but it's just gray. "The gray is the point," I said. He looked at me puzzled. He was young, his face full of that restless, hungry energy I knew so well. "I'm trying to build a portfolio," he said, gesturing to the camera. "Landscapes, the untouched wilderness. But it's hard to find anything that hasn't been shot 1,000 times already." "Then stop shooting it," I said. He laughed. "And do what? Just look at it?" "Yes," I said, "just look at it, until you don't need to see it anymore." He shook his head, a pitying smile on his lips. He thought I was just a senile old man on a porch. "I need the shots, man. If it isn't on the card, it didn't happen." He turned and walked back into the mist, his camera swinging against his chest like a pendulum. I watched him go until he was swallowed by the gray. I waited for the feeling of dread, for the sense that the archivist was watching through his eyes, but it didn't come. The young man wasn't an agent of the estate. He was just a boy, caught in the same trap I had been in. He was trying to prove he existed by collecting pieces of the world. He didn't realize that the more he collected, the less of him there was. I leaned back in my chair and closed my eyes. I thought about the basement furnace. I thought about the thousands of images I had destroyed. I thought about the desert and the bridge of light. I realized that the estate wasn't a place you defeated. It was a place you outlived. It was a parasite that fed on the desire for permanence. As long as you wanted to be remembered, as long as you wanted to leave a mark, you were its food. But if you could accept the blink, if you could accept that the window would eventually close and stay closed, then you were free. I heard the screen door creak open behind me. Martha came